What's up, Matt? How's it going?
Hey,
Hey, you got a cold open ready for today? I mean, everyone loves our cold opens, right?
well, we're doing a frame wreck this. We don't do cold open for that, right?
Well, I mean, we do cold opens for everything, Matt. I don't know what you're talking. Oh,
I'm so scared right now. Normally, I like doing these videos quite a bit, but we have to live in a world where people will rank these things and nominate these things, these movies, as bad, but they're actually really kind of good. At least most of them, they're watchable, I think.
Matt, what was that?
I'm kind of scared, Dylan. Maybe we should just start the show.
I don't even remember how we start the show, Matt.
Frame wreck this.
The Iceman cometh.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another episode of FRAMEWRECK, our special episode that we like to call FRAMEWRECK This, and I don't have a special graphic for it, but you saw the thumbnail, you saw the cold open. We can't do this alone, Matt. It is FRAMEWRECK This. We need the other half.
Right.
We need the this of FRAMEWRECK This, because you will be the FRAMEWRECK of FRAMEWRECK This when we do our little crossover. So let's just bring him in. Mr. Chad Webb, how's it going, Chad?
It's going
job.
great. I don't know what the hell that was, but whatever show you guys are running, I don't know.
I don't know. That was FRAMEWRECK
creepy.
that. This is FRAMEWRECK This.
Oh, okay. All right.
Anyway, everyone, welcome to FRAMEWRECK This. As I said, a little crossover between two worlds. Obviously, FRAMEWRECK, the show that you're watching right now, and then Picture This, which you will watch in a week or so from now, where Matt will be on that show. We have Chad on this show. It's a great crossover event that we like to do. And it's a special episode because we get to talk about an award ceremony, but the other type of award ceremony, not the Oscars. We talk about the Razzies. Matt, how are you, Mr. Matty Fresh?
I am doing all right. I'm feeling fancy as fuck. I have got my bow tie on.
Nice, really embracing the awards vibe here. Chad, how are you?
I'm doing great. I've been excited to discuss these movies that you're going to mention very soon because I think I kind of like all of them to a certain degree.
To pull the curtain back a little bit, when we did the first round of Frame Wreck This, Chad was very adamant that we do 1999. He was like, it's got Big Daddy. He's like, we've got to do 1999. I was like, Chad, I don't think you understand. Most of those movies are really good. This is not our thing. But because, and Dylan's going to explain, because there is an anniversary here involved with one of these movies, we decided to go ahead and give it a shot.
Yeah, it was kind of one of those things where a lot of our viewers had been saying, well, you got to do Phantom Menace for the 25th anniversary because, it's being re-released in theaters now as we speak. And, it's a big anniversary of a really big monumental cultural shift in a movie. So we figured, you know what, to kind of marry the ideas of, last time Chad did this, wanted to do 1999, but then the movies might have been too good. But then us saying, well, we might do Phantom Menace in May, which is, kind of branching and bridging those ideas together, which is a good word to use because on Picture This, we're talking about a movie that won Best Picture about a bridge. But we are bridging those ideas to talk about not just Phantom Menace, but all the nominees of the 1999 Razzies, because we also like to do a show on this channel called FRAMEWRECK Redemption, which is where we kind of redeem movies that have been kind of deemed bad by society. And I think we do have some examples here of movies that others deem bad that are really good. Movies that are kind of just deemed good that for some reason the Razzies deem bad, and then movies that are bad that might just be bad, or bad in the Framework sense that we find enjoyment out of them despite them being bad. I think this is a really cool slate because of the variety. Let me just tell y'all what the slate is. As Matt had just mentioned, Big Daddy is in the slate. We also have, as you probably guessed from our cold open, the Blair Witch Project. We also have another horror film here, The Haunting. We have the aforementioned Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, and the winner of the Razzie for Worst Picture that year, which is Wild Wild West. So films that a lot of people love, a lot of films that people have like come to love with time and kind of reappraised, and some films that are still kind of known as bad films, but maybe we, especially because of what Chad said, he kind of likes all five of them. Maybe there are some that we're going to reappraise here today, which is going to be kind of fun, as opposed to, like Matt said the last time we did this, kind of all five of those films were, for the most part, stinkers. I mean, there was maybe one or two that we really liked, but for the majority of them, we all agreed, yeah, no, these are bad movies. And like some of them, like Matt and I both love Catwoman, even though it is bad. Chad didn't like Catwoman, but then we have Super Babies, which all three of us agreed was a bad movie that we all liked because it was bad. So it's kind of one of those things where we always find interesting enjoyment to varying degrees with these films, and we will kind of structure it as I picture this episode, where we will just go film by film, talk about them in discussion, and then at the end we'll rank them, and then we will give our superlatives on the Framework side of things. So cool. Do we want to talk though about the Razzies first, Matt? I know you might have some thoughts on just the Razzies as a whole. I mean, we kind of talked about the institution of the Razzies last time we did this, but any specific thoughts on the 1999 or 2000 Razzies, Matt?
Well, I was okay. So to kind of try to make sense of this, I went through the films that were released in 1999, being like, are these truly the worst 5 movies from 1999? Because, I mean, not to show my hand, but most of them I think are good, at least good, if not fine. So I went through and I was looking through, and there's a reason people say 1999 is one of the best years of film. There are very few bad movies that came out in 1999. Went through the list. There were a couple maybe that I would say, oh yeah, this one belongs on it. I'm not sure I could pull 5. I mean, if I tried real hard, I could pull 5, but there were not a lot of bad movies in 1999, which I've always said 1994 was the best year in film, but after looking at this slate of movies that came out in 1999, I think I might be leaning toward 1999.
Well, because also I think when you think of like Best Picture, at least like 94 has like the big 3 that people like to talk about: Shawshank, Pulp Fiction, Forrest Gump. 99, a lot of the Best Picture nominees aren't necessarily ones that are like talked about as much. Like The Cider House Rules, not a lot of people talk about that as much. Even the winner of that year, a lot of people look at unfavorably now, which is American Beauty. I myself think it's the worst movie in 99. So this is one of those interesting cases where I think all 5 of the Razzie nominees are better than the actual Best Picture winner. But then you have movies that kind of changed the genre and changed the landscape of cinema. Like even films that weren't nominated for Best Picture or Worst Picture, like The Matrix, Fight Club, all these movies that are like some of the best movies ever made, if you ask every, a majority of people. And then stuff like The Sixth Sense and Green Mile that were nominated in 99 as well for Best Picture, and The Insider, another good one. So it's really interesting to see just 1999 as a year in general, because some people would say some of these movies that we're going to talk about today are the worst or the best of the year. Some will say they're the worst of the year. And then you look at the Oscar nominees, some will say they're the best of the year. Some will say they're the worst of the year. And then you have stuff that wasn't nominated for either. Like I think of Toy Story 2 winning the Globe for Best Picture. That might be my favorite film in 99, a movie that wasn't nominated for either. So yeah, and what you said is right on, hitting the nail on the head. There was just so much about 99 to appreciate and love that it is hard to pick out the 5 worst ones. And I think we also have to think of context and expectation. We're looking at movies that were either built up for decades of a continuation of a franchise, for example, or the continuation of a star-making run, for example, Will Smith. There's these factors that I think at the time movies are more disappointing because of the build-up to them versus, actually just being bad movies on their own, which is really interesting. Chad, what are your thoughts on this whole... Oh, sorry, Matt. You look like...
Oh, no. I was going to move on to another thing. So yes, Chad, please.
No, Chad, any thoughts on just the idea of the slate in general and the landscape of 1999? Because I know in our show we go through all the films of that year, and we did when we covered 1999 on Picture This. But in general, the thoughts on 1999 and the Razzies.
Yeah, no, I mean, I actually kind of just mirror everything you guys said, like together, except for Dill's take on American Beauty. But check out our sister show, Picture This, if you want for 1999, if you want to hear more on that film and the other like best.
I will
picture.
say I'm not in the minority on that. Just saying.
I mean, you're not in the minority on that. It's the worst movie of 1999.
No, not that is the worst movie in 1999, but most people now have kind of deemed it like a Crash, or a Shakespeare in Love, where a lot of people don't like it. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm in the.
I will say that we don't need to talk about that. You guys talked about this movie already,
Yeah,
so we don't need to talk about it. I will say that I think there are circumstances and a cultural shift that have caused it to fall out of favor. That does not make it not a great movie for its time. Is how I feel about it.
I would liken it to something like The Silence of the Lambs, where there's definitely a conversation to be had about certain issues with the film, but it's still a great film, in my opinion. But moving on, the rest of my thoughts, and then I don't know, Matt can weigh in on that if he wants. But yeah, I mirror everything you guys said. I was just scrolling through like a lot of 1999 films, and I couldn't see anything that I'd be like, no, yep, that's the big one that deserves to be on the list. And even some that are on this slate of worst picture, I can see it not being, some of them not being like great movies, but a lot of them are watchable. And I feel like a lot of the movies that the Razzies normally cover are not watchable, or not like ones that you want to throw on. And I had enjoyment watching each one of these films for different reasons.
I agree with that. Last thing about American Beauty, and then we can move on. I just want to say that, and we're going to talk about it, I'm sure, when we do our Buffy draft, but there is something about being a teenager in 1999 versus being 1 year old in 1999 that I think kind of gives a perspective differently of these type of things.
It's another conversation off there. We're not talking about American Beauty because
we're not talking about the best picture. We're talking about the worst picture.
I don't run the Razzies. If I had, we would have been talking about American Beauty, but it's okay. It's okay. I just wanted to bring up the Razzies though in general, because there is something very interesting about this Razzies. This took place in the year of 2000, so they decided to not only award the films of 1999, but they did Century Razzies this year, which I wanted to bring up just to get your opinions.
Which is funny because they did a special one for our last one too, because it was like the 25th anniversary or something. So they did like the worst of the last 25 years. That's really interesting. Okay, go on.
So in addition to the mainstay nominees, which we will get to once we cover these films, they did 4 superlatives. Now, one is the worst new star of the decade. So this was a 90s centric superlative. No. The nominees: Elizabeth Berkley for Showgirls, Ahmed Best for The Phantom Menace, which we'll talk about, Sofia Coppola for The Godfather Part 3 and Star Wars Phantom Menace, Dennis Rodman for Double Team and Simon Says, and then the winner for the worst new star of the decade was Pauly Shore for Biodome, Encino Man, Jury Duty, etc., etc., etc. They literally put in etc. because I think they're jumping his whole grouping of 90s films. Really quickly, any thoughts on that? Pauly Shore, the worst new star of the 90s?
No, he. Okay, again, this comes down to having been a child and a teenager in the 90s. Pauly Shore was awesome. Yeah, his stuff was lowbrow. It wasn't for everyone. But listen, I could watch him dancing around in his PJs in it's saying Steven Tyler PJs in Son-in-Law every day. I could watch that every single day. I love that movie. I love a lot of his movies. Yeah, some of them sucked, but that's just the way it is. When you're Pauly Shore and you have that many movies in one very, very small amount of time, there's going to be some garbage. But he was a VJ first. He was on MTV. He was an MTV VJ who became an actor. And I think that perfectly encapsulates what it was to be in the 90s. It's Pauly Shore, a VJ, becoming a superstar.
Yeah. Chad, any thoughts on Pauly Shore? Or those nominees?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely mirror what Matt said. I mean, he's kind of like of his time, I mean, there's a reason why he's not starring in a bunch of movies now, but like back then, he kind of came out and, started making some fun comedies. I like Son-in-Law as well. I like Jury Duty. So, they're not movies that you're gonna, tell everybody about maybe, but like you have a lot of fun watching, like when you do watch them. And I used to throw on like those VHSs and stuff all the time. So
Yeah.
I get it though. I get it where they would try to like be like, who is this guy? He's not a good actor,
Yeah.
Sure, but he kind of plays a role.
Sure. I don't know if you intended to say that, but you hit sure very pronouncedly.
Sure, yeah.
Sure.
Well, and his mom ran the Comedy Store, and like so he was comedy was just his. I mean, that was his life, and so it feels like it's right for him to have been such a huge star. It also feels kind of right that he was voice actor. That's fine. He's not a good actor, but he was an important actor, I think, for the time.
And I think a lot of what the Razzies likes to hit on is that nepotism. I mean, we see he's nominated against Sofia Coppola, who is also, that idea of like, didn't live up to her father. But I think we can talk about it a little later too. I think it's good that she kind of got so much Razzies attention because I think it pivoted her away from acting and into a different field that we are very happy she is in now. But moving on to also I'll say Goofy movie redeems all Pauly Shore for me. So
but he's not even credited. Here's what's funny is he's not credited in that movie.
So maybe that wasn't counted for the Razzie then. Yeah, because Goofy movie should never be a Razzie nominee.
What's funny is that like when I was a kid, he was huge, and there's this character in Goofy movie when it comes out, and it's like that has to be Pauly Shore. And then you get to the end of the movie, and you're watching the credits. They never tell you who plays that character
you're right.
in the credits for that movie. And it's like, and I remember my mom specifically, I was like, it's not saying it. She says, it has to be Pauly Shore. Yeah. I know now that it doesn't have to have been Pauly Shore. It definitely was Pauly Shore.
Yeah. Continuing along with the 4 superlatives, worst picture of the decade that year. The nominees, so this is also for the 90s only, were an Alan Smithy film, Burn, Hollywood Burn, Hudson Hawk, The Postman, Striptease, and then the winner of worst picture of the decade, Showgirls, which I think is a very much of its time award because since then, Showgirls has been nothing but reappraised, and I hope we get to talk about that at some point on FRAMEWRECK Redemption.
I want to talk about it because it's the kind of movie. It's like on the surface, it's the kind of movie we should cover, but knowing that it's a satire by Paul Verhoeven, like it doesn't necessarily belong here, but we definitely need to talk about
it. It's one of those things where like Starship Troopers and RoboCop, like people don't necessarily get it on the first go. But those are the worst picture. I haven't seen any of those, so I don't really have any commentary on them. But the big ones, which is really fun to look at, is the worst actor and worst actress of the century. So they didn't just go for the 90s, but they went for the entire century at large. And they awarded the worst actress of the century. The nominees were Elizabeth Berkley for Showgirls, Bo Derek for Bolero, Ghost Can't Do It, Tarzan, The Ape Man. Think about it. We're going all the way to 1900, so it could be any decade here. Brooke Shields for The Blue Lagoon, Endless Love, Sahara, Speed Zone, etc. Pia Zadora for Voyage of the Rock Aliens, Butterfly, Fake Out the Lonely Lady, etc. And then the winner for worst actress of the century, as deemed by the Razzies, is Madonna for Body of Evidence, Shanghai Surprise, Evita, Who's That Girl, etc. Very surprising, just because I know Madonna is such a cultural beloved figure, but not the best actress, admittedly, but surprised that Hollywood dunked on Madonna so hard, considering she's one of the most beloved figures. But any thoughts on that? Madonna being the worst actress of the century?
Swept Away hadn't even come out yet. That's saying something.
Had League of Their Own come out yet? Yes, it had.
League of Their Own had come out yet. So yeah. But no, I as far as an actress, she's fine. Like she's good in League of Their Own. Like she's fine in the things that she's in. I'm surprised that Evita is one of them she's nominated for.
It's more so just worst actress of the century. It includes all her, but those are the ones they like listed out. Yeah.
For me, she's the person who ruined Guy Ritchie because he was great. Then they got married and they made Swept Away, and then he stopped. And then he made bad movies until they got divorced, and then he made The Real Rock and Rolla. So I don't know. I don't want to blame her, but I do have anecdotal evidence that she ruined it.
Chad, any thoughts on Madonna as the worst actress of the century and all those other actresses named alongside her?
I like her as a pop star. I don't know if I've ever really seen her in a movie, and if I have, I just haven't. I don't remember. So,
League of Their
but
Own.
I mean,
I
just
highly
to
recommend League
see.
of Their Own. It's great.
Oh, that's right. No, she is great in a
Oh,
League of
okay, you
Their
haven't
Own.
seen it.
That's right.
I was gonna say if Chad hadn't seen that, I was like, get on
No,
the
I forgot
TV
she
now.
was in
Take
that.
2 hours.
But so I mean, I guess there's an exception
Mm.
to the rule there, but you know, there's probably a good reason why she's not acting anymore.
Right.
Mm.
So the biggest
Uh,
one though is worst actor of the century, and this one is one I know we're gonna have to talk about.
Oh,
So
no.
we've talked about all of them, but this is the one that is like the big kicker. So worst actor of the century, the nominees: Pauly Shore does get nominated for worst actor of the century, but is not. He's in the worst actor of the decade, not the century. William Shatner also nominated for every Star Trek film he's been in, which
Okay.
fair also.
That's fair.
Prince for Graffiti Bridge, Under the Cherry Moon, etc. Again, one of those things where people thought he was a better musician than he was actor. This one might get on under Matt's skin here. Kevin Costner for The Postman, Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, Waterworld, and Wyatt Earp, amongst others, etc. And then the winner for worst actor of the century, the Razzies awarded it for Sylvester Stallone for 99.5% of everything he's ever done. Now I know.
God.
I know that we're not necessarily enjoying Sylvester Stallone for his acting more so than his like just star power and gravitas, and like I know some people are able to separate what movie star versus actor. But I want to get your take on that, guys. Is Sylvester Stallone the worst actor of the 1900s century?
No.
He's not the worst actor. He is probably the worst actor of his profile. Like that would make sense to mention. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't think he's the worst actor because of Rocky. Like he plays Rocky
Right.
the way, like his role as Rocky is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that's not Rocky is questionable a little bit,
Right.
but he's in Demolition Man as John Spartan. He's great. Like I agree.
First Blood.
We don't watch him for his acting most of the time. I think he's
Right.
great as Rocky, but really everything else, it's all about attitude and style and all that. Like, which he has that.
Right. Like if you're casting Sylvester Stallone in something, you're casting Sylvester Stallone as something. You're not expecting him to like become a character, similar to like Arnie, where it's like it's Arnold Schwarzenegger in this movie rather than it is this character. Except for some.
I will say this regarding, because you were saying this might get under Matt's skin, Kevin Costner.
Yes.
I will say this: although he was a constant presence in my life when I was a kid, and he is in movies I love, like Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves. I do not think he's a very good actor. I enjoy his presence on screen, but he basically always sounds like Kevin Costner in everything, including ones where he's not supposed to sound like Kevin Costner, like Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves.
Right.
So yeah, his nomination is warranted. Even though I do enjoy seeing him on screen, but I'd like to hear Chad's thoughts on
yeah. Well, because also we've talked about on Picture This, the three of us, about Field of Dreams. Like Kevin Costner's great in that. Like that's the thing is like I know you're only singling out a few films, but if you call someone the worst actor of the century or nominate them, like Kevin Costner just 10 years before won a Best Director Oscar for Dance with Wolves, a film I don't like, but Chad likes, but is admittedly talented guy in it, and then Field of Dreams, JFK, he's great in. Like it's quite surprising. That was the big surprise for me. And then Sylvester Stallone, like I get it, but Chad, any thoughts on that just crop of actors, William Shatner and Prince, and Kevin Costner, Stallone?
Yeah, just the category it just feels like they're being kind of lazy with it. Because like, I mean, I guess I get Pauly Shore. I guess I can kind of get William Shatner because like they're both like famous for playing like specific types of characters, and anything outside of that, they just really don't seem to have as much range as other people. But I'm sure there's like a The Room level movie that's came before 2000 that had, or like string of movies that someone was in that they could have nominated someone. I don't have anybody off the top of my head, but if you look at Kevin Costner, I mean, he this is like a writer, director, actor, in a lot of movies, and he has been like he's been nominated for Oscars, right? So it's like it's just weird to single him out just because you think he might. It makes zero sense to me. And then if you look at Sylvester Stallone, like I get it. Like you're like, oh, well, we need to pick one of these big muscle head people that are known for, getting all muscly and, just shooting guns and stuff at people. and I guess because he like slurs his words when he speaks sometimes, it feels like it's an easy way to take someone down. But honestly, like I feel like these people haven't seen a Rocky movie. They haven't seen the original Rocky. Of course, Creed hadn't come out yet. But then, if you look at Rambo, First Blood, he's the best part of that movie. Like the best part of the movie is at the very end when he has like this whole speech, and like reflecting on his time in war and stuff like that. And you don't get that with the terrible actor.
Right.
So I don't get it. I don't like the Razzies. I think they're kind of dumb.
Right, and we talked about that last time. Like the Razzies in itself is a very problematic thing. It's really only used here as a vessel for us to talk about these movies more so than us being like, let's analyze this really interesting institution, because we all can agree it's shitty, and it's only fun when like everyone's in on the joke. Like when Halle Berry, the same year she gets the Oscar, goes up and accepts her Catwoman Razzie. Like that's funny because it's like she's in on the joke. She's laughing. She's like, yeah, it was a bad movie. But like that's the kind of stuff where, then when we get into like the stuff where they award kids awards and stuff, and it's like, come on, like, and we'll talk about one in particular that like his whole life, not just career, life was ruined because of the Razzies and society at large taking to their performance a certain way, which we'll talk about. But yeah,
Chad and I are laughing. Chad and I are laughing because last time
I know.
There's irony there.
I gave a kid worst actor last time, but he was one of the big kids. He was not one in diapers. He was one of the big kids. So he listen, guys, come on. I was like the third pick that year, and we were, I wasn't gonna pick Tony Soprano. Anyway, I was in a dark place. We recorded that the month I had a big loss in my family. I don't know what I was thinking. We can redo that episode someday. But Chad, you did bring up like a B movie actor like that. Like, I mean, they nominate Pia Zadora in the other category, who was in Santa Claus Conquers the Martians. Like, that's the thing, is like they have actors that they are recognizing for stuff like that, like the Ed Wood type actors. But it's like, then you bring in these big movie stars, and it doesn't always line up. But I get it. It's whatever. It's a fun joke. Whatever. Stallone was probably honored. I don't know.
Yeah, he's a schlocky actor. I mean, there are things. Sometimes he's great, and sometimes it's schlock. I will say this. I will say that when someone talks about his bad acting, Chad and I are actually opposite on this. That scene at the end of First Blood, they drew First Blood. That thing makes me laugh every time. Yes, right. If he had said it all clearly, it probably would have made me weep. But he says it like,
yeah. So that might be where the Razzies are coming from too. It's like he's great and we love it, but it's also like we're admitting it's not the best acting. So I don't know. It's a very interesting case study. Any other thoughts on the Razzies before we now can get into the actual movies themselves?
No.
But
I just wanted to throw out there, honestly, sometimes I think acting can be even more like subjective than just film analysis itself.
Right.
Because like, some people can see or like can like really appreciate a performance from someone more than another person can sometimes, and like see differences in it and stuff. So yeah.
Right. Well, and also like film, it's like an edited together final product in the way that like acting is like its own individual aspect. And also it's one of those things where you don't necessarily get to see the actor's process in the way you do sometimes the film. Like you get a lot of background information with film. Like you don't always get that with an actor like Daniel Day-Lewis you do, because you can see he's method, or Jim Carrey, but sometimes it's hard to necessarily know what goes into a performance in the way that you can see what goes into a film, because there are different like things you can dissect within it. But I digress. We're half hour in, so let's get into the films themselves. But it is cool to kind of paint the picture and see what was going on in the landscape of 1999. That's just another glimpse in the life of 1999. People hated Sylvester Stallone, they hated Pauly Shore, or they loved to hate him, or they hated to love him. I can't say. But I'm joined here with two daddies. Two fathers and two daddies. So why don't we talk about the first film of this slate, which was, to much of our surprise, a Razzie nominee, which is Big Daddy, which I will say, I know Matt has seen before. I know Chad has definitely seen before because he's a big Adam Sandler fan, and I had famously never seen. I had always seen bits and pieces of it because my dad would play it. My daddy would play it when I was young, on the TV. I remember the peeing scene, but I famously had not seen it in its entirety till now. So this will be really fun. Who's telling us the details of Big Daddy? I believe is it you, Matt? Is it Chad? Who
do you want me to riff this real quick?
I think Chad can riff it. I will say just real quick on you were saying that we are both daddies and fathers. at my age, I am swiftly approaching Zaddy.
Yeah,
And
you're close to Zaddy. Chad's daddy. Chad's daddy. You're getting close to Zaddy, Matt. You're getting close to Zaddy.
But yeah, so yes, please, Chad, rivet us with the tale of Big Daddy.
All right. Big Daddy, directed by Dennis Dugan. Score composed by Teddy Castellucci. Let's see. Starring Adam Sandler, Joey Lauren Adams, Jon Stewart, Rob Schneider, Cole Sprouse, Dylan Sprouse, Leslie Mann. I don't know, Steve Buscemi. I could rattle off a bunch more.
Yeah,
but
all the Sandler guys, the crew.
Yeah, basically. But yeah, synopsis: a man who's trying to find his way in the world ends up adopting a kid out of nowhere and learns to love him.
Yeah. And it's a very interesting. It's not even an adoption as much as it is. Kid just shows up and he decides to take care of him. You know, like the adoption kind of comes with it with time.
Yeah.
But yeah, where do we begin? My Zaddy and Daddy here.
I would like to hear your first. Like this is your first time actually watching it all the way through. And also while you're explaining that, I would like to know as a. Whatever show they were on, the
Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. Yeah.
Yes, as a fan of that show, which I famously not seen, I would like to know your impression of them, of this versus your impression of them on that.
Well, it's very interesting. There, Chad showing off the Blu-rays back there. But it's very interesting. I went into all these movies being like, I'm prepared to either love them or be like, no, they are bad, and it's just a product of like Matt and Chad's nostalgia. Because admittedly, these could be considered nostalgic films of yours. You know, this was kind of like at the heyday. I don't know exactly where you were, Matt, if you were working at the video store at this point, but like this was like the not yet, but I mean, you're still in your teens, I believe. And Chad, you were like, what, 9 or 10 years old. So like, these are movies that I could see being fundamental nostalgia favorites, which is why I was prepared to like either be that kind of antagonistic voice to say, well, maybe the Razzies got it right here, maybe they got it wrong. And what's interesting about Big Daddy is I think of all of Adam Sandler's films, period, I think this one is aged particularly well to the point where I think it doesn't honestly stand out in either direction as like one of the greatest films of his repertoire, like something like, you know, people reference often, like I'll just bring it up, like Wedding Singer or 50 First Dates, these movies that people are like, no, this is like legitimately great. But I also don't think because it has aged well, it doesn't stick out as one of those movies that we can point out and be like, whoa, this was like really out there. Like I think of like Jack and Jill, for example, is a film everyone kind of notoriously dunks on for him. And I think that's the thing with Adam Sandler is either his films are so like underappreciated that they're like these huge underrated gems, or they are like, yeah, no, that was totally off base, kind of what Adam Sandler has gotten his reputation for. And it's surprising that this is one that the Razzies nominated, because we look across his filmography and not a lot of his films do get Razzie nominated. And when they do, it feels like, yeah, those are the ones that are the worst of the worst. And I think there are elements, obviously, that don't age well here, but it's like, I think this one, it surprised me that it was a Razzie nominee, but at the same time, I'm not necessarily walking away from it like this is one of my all-time favorites of his. I think it's merely good, but that also makes it very surprising that it is a Razzie nominee, especially because I think its heart is in the right place. I think overall what it's saying in terms of the story is very sweet, you know, and I think that's why I enjoyed watching this. But I was expecting to love it a lot more or hate it a lot more, but I was just merely like, oh, this is sweet, this is good, which is honestly kind of a theme with a lot of Razzie movies that I feel like don't belong in the Razzie category. I'm not necessarily going head over heels to like defend it as one of the greatest movies ever made necessarily. Like some might with like Showgirls, for example, or like we did with like, I don't even remember what our favorites were of the year we covered last time. I guess Surviving Christmas and White Chicks were two we kind of liked.
I really liked Surviving Christmas.
Right,
Chad really liked White Chicks. I don't remember
yeah.
where you fell.
Yeah, but again, like I'm not even like, you know, I think this is better than those movies too. But I'm still not like, this is one of Adam Sandler's best. But I just don't get why this is the one that they decided, oh, this is going to be a Razzie nominee. And I think it goes back to Matt's point of 99 was just a really good year, so maybe like, oh, Adam Sandler's still not necessarily taken seriously to the point where like he can still be a joke, because spoiler alert, he wins worst actor for this, and I really don't even think this is one of his worst. If we look at Adam Sandler, what I think people consider bad Adam Sandler acting is the whole like all the craziness that isn't here, and I think that's the thing is, you know what I'm talking about, Chad. That wasn't
no, I do. I was like,
That wasn't
Wow.
the
really
best.
good.
That wasn't the best impression of it. Like I don't know, but like yeah, you know, like that's the thing. Like we're not getting that in this film. It's kind of honestly a little bit more mellow Adam Sandler, and I think that kind of aids the theme of the film, being that he's so nonchalant and careless, but careless in a way that he thinks is being generous, but then turns out, oh no, I still need to have some authority. I'm still not, parenting right, but also kind of tapping into that child mentality of you also still need to give your kid a little bit more freedom, which I think is a cool balance. But I think because it's such a mellow Adam Sandler performance, it just strikes me as so wild that this is the one that they're like, nope, worst actor of the year. Like it just surprises me, especially considering some of the films we'll talk about later, I think has way worse acting. So it's very interesting. But yeah, that's my overall thoughts on Big Daddy. I thought it was very sweet, very good, but like I don't feel compelled in either direction to call it like, oh my god, yeah, like this is awful, or like this is so good. Like I'm just merely in the middle, which I didn't expect to be. And then to answer your other point, Matt, about Zach and Cody, it's very interesting because the one element of it that I do think detracts me from enjoying it much is that I can tell exactly which one's Dylan, which one's Cole in each
Oh, really?
scene.
Wow.
Because I watch so much Sweet Life that I have their faces, like it's almost like my own kids at this point, where I can tell them apart. And there's an episode of Zach and Cody where they worry that they're watching like child home videos, and there's a video of them at the hospital where Carrie, the mother, accidentally kind of confuses if she got the right birth certificates in the right hand. She's like, wait, which one's which again? And they have this whole thing where they're like, wait, are we Zach and Cody, or are you Zach and I'm Cody? And like there's a whole episode devoted to that, and at the end she goes, no, you're definitely Zach, you're definitely Cody. And it's kind of one of those things where I now am at that point where I can say you're definitely Cole and you're definitely Dylan, because also I was a Dylan growing up, still am, and I was very much like, oh, that's Dylan. And so when watching this, I think it's something that is a little less seen in Friends because he's a little less in it, as opposed to this, he's in every scene. But there were very much scenes where I'm like, that's Dylan, that's Cole, and they have very different acting styles, which I picked up on. But I think that's only because I'm a mega fan of Zach and Cody, where I was honestly the only detractor of the film is that I spent too much time distracted by it's not the same kid, but again, that's just the inside baseball of it all. That's like watching Dark Knight Rises knowing it's Joey King. The whole twist is ruined because they're supposed to mislead you into thinking she's Bane, but she's really not. But if you know it's Joey King, you know it's not Bane, like that kind of thing. So I think it's one of those things where the behind the scenes is the only thing that distracts me. But I think they're very good in it. I think they're very cute. They do a good job. I don't love the speech impediment, but I don't know if that is them or not. But if it is a choice, I think it's a little distracting. But again, I think they're cute.
They were trying to seem 5, which they weren't. Is
right.
the thing.
Yeah.
But I got to the point where I was the same way with Mary Kate and Ashley on Full House.
Yeah, where you could, especially when they got older,
When they got older, and because they'd come out with a series of Mary Kate and Ashley like mystery movies that I had several of. So I got to the point where I could tell Mary Kate was a little bit taller and thinner, and so like you could always tell when it was Mary Kate. But yeah. So anyway, that not to talk about Full House. But,
great show, love it.
Yeah.
Another show that people like say is bad that I just guess I have nostalgia for that I love, but I love Full House. I don't care. Yeah, Chad, Big Daddy, thoughts?
Yeah, just to like talk about like Adam Sandler as an actor, it is really interesting because when you're going through the 90s and stuff, he kind of has developed his like little shtick and whatnot. So even when he tries, like in Big Daddy and in The Wedding Singer, to actually like have some range and like show a serious side to him, for a lot of people they can't really see it. And it's the same for like other actors of the same ilk, like Will Ferrell and things like that. There's some people that just hate Will Ferrell. They watch Elf and then they're just like, it's dumb, I don't get it. And then I'm like, it's one of my favorite movies. Same with a lot of Adam Sandler movies. And if you look at this came out in a time like kind of right before Punch Drunk Love came out, that actually showed the world Adam Sandler actually has the chops to give you a great performance. And it was well before Uncut Gems, and he like blew everyone away.
People were like Oscar for Sandler. Yeah,
exactly. So his whole like trajectory of like acting is very interesting, where Razzie all the way to how did he get snubbed for the Oscar? Right. So it's wild. He's kind of in a little bit of a liminal state right now where people know he can do both. What is he going to make next, kind of a deal. But with Big Daddy, yeah, I do think he is trying and succeeding, in my opinion, on being really fantastic in this movie. The chemistry between him, Cole, and Dylan, I think is all really good. And I love the scene at the end. Like, I love the scene like from the beginning to the end where you kind of see his growth of, I wouldn't say like it changes too much, but you can kind of see, the growth of him like being selfish to, learning to take care of the kid. And at first he's not doing the right stuff and, not really teaching them the right things. And then it goes all the way to the end. And then you have like the beautiful scene in the courtroom with, all of the people, and he has that thing where he like tells his dad like, look, I'm trying to remember the whole speech now, but like, look, I know you're scared that I'm gonna mess up and make a mistake and I'm not gonna be able to raise this kid right, but I love him and that's all that matters. I know that you love me enough to come here and tell me that I'm gonna not be able to do this and not let me make a mistake, but I can make my own mistakes. It's kind of Finding Nemo in a way, like, let me fly, Papa. I love that. And I love how at the end too, like, they don't make the choice of him to stay with the kid. Like, they just he's like, I don't think it's right for me to be your dad, but I can be your friend and I'll always be here for you. And I don't know. I find stuff like that beautiful. I think a worse movie that might be a Razzie type movie would have had him maybe go, actually get the kid. And then people are like, wait, what the hell? That's not his actual kid. He lied to that guy and stuff like that. People talk about the same stuff about like School of Rock. It's like, it's a flawed premise. He lied and, got up there and, so I can't get behind the movie, but I think it works as a movie. In real life, no, he would probably go to jail or something. But ultimately, I do think, Dylan, it is really, and Matt, I do think it is really difficult to separate nostalgia for me.
Right.
Sometimes I think you're right in that. I do think, trying to get my like cinephile critic brain and my kid brain, to different, that is tough. But I do think there are movies like, I'll go back and Matt can talk about this if he wants, or Dylan if he's even seen it. Robin Williams' Jack. I have Francis Ford Coppola's Jack.
Yeah,
I had a lot of nostalgia for that. It's one when I went to Blockbuster, I would rent all the time as a kid because I just loved it. And then I watched it recently on my trip to Italy because it was available. And I was like, this is not good. I mean, I still enjoyed some of the moments in it, but I was like, I can tell this is just not a well-made movie. I don't buy most of it. And Big Daddy, I think, still holds up so well. And if you ask, like, I think a lot of Sandler fans specifically, they will put this one really high, like their top 5 at least. And I think the way Dylan is talking about this one as like kind of like middle of the road a little bit, like maybe on a rewatch you'll like it even more because it does have that sweet sentimentality to it, and it does have the growth of the characters and all of that, and it is really sweet. So
now, Chad, would that courtroom monologue be better or worse if Sylvester Stallone Rambo'd it?
It's not the type of movie for Sly to.
My kid died in a fly.
You're afraid to live. You gotta live life.
I gotta save my impressions for Phantom Menace. Matt, go ahead. What are your thoughts on Big Daddy?
Okay. So first of all, as far as that courtroom scene, since it was just talked about, I want to mention it. And you were talked about School of Rock. One thing that this movie did that I was very happy about, that School of Rock, while I do love School of Rock, does not really address, is how this was kidnapping. And they addressed that it was kidnapping.
Well,
and
we'll talk about it later with another film too. Yep, kidnapping is a big theme.
Can I counter that real quick?
Yeah.
They sort of do in School of Rock because when he goes, I've touched your kids, and I'm pretty sure they've touched me. Oh my God. So yeah, I think they've adjusted a little bit.
That's
like
true.
How fucked up it is.
Chad is right. On a lesser movie, they would have let him keep the kid, but it's like, if they do that and don't say, no, sir, you've kidnapped this child. You can't have it now. So I really appreciate that. As far as the movie, it is a. I will say that I'm actually nostalgia is not really a thing for this for me, which is interesting because I did see it when it came out, and I've actually seen it a lot of times. I expected to come to this movie and not like it anymore because my opinion on Adam Sandler has changed so much since then. However, this at the time and probably still is peak Adam Sandler for Adam Sandler movies. I'm not talking about like his dramatic stuff, but like for Adam Sandler movies, this was peak because while it's not my favorite, Happy Gilmore is my favorite. Same. This is kind of where all of that felt like he finally made it into a real movie. And that's kind of how it feels like. It feels like he made a real movie here and not just a movie where he's having fun with his friends. Wedding Singer's like that too, but it also kind of has a lot more of the Adam Sandler-iness where this feels like it's an Adam Sandler movie and it's undeniable and it feels like that, but it also feels like a real movie. And so like that is an interesting place where this was. Unfortunately, like after this, it kind of started to go the way that he eventually goes. Like it wasn't long after this that it started to degrade a little bit for me. So watching it this time, I was very surprised at how much I still like it. It's not great. I kind of am with you, Dylan, where it's like it's just a good movie. Like it's not. Yeah. I don't feel like it's great, but it's definitely not bad. It's definitely not Razzie worthy.
Yeah. I almost wish there was more gags, and not in the sense that like more like childish gags, but just like bigger bits. Like it almost feels like, I don't want to say safe because nothing Adam Sandler does is safe, but it does feel very contained. Yeah. And I think that's also because it is trying to tap into this more like father-son dynamic than like, like you said, like him hanging out with his buddies. His buddy here is a kid. It's not, and we have stuff with Rob Schneider, of course, who I think is the one element of the film that doesn't hold up for sure. Just the racial stuff, obviously, which he always tends to be like, Rob Schneider, you're going to play.
He gets a lot worse in other films. I can totally see it, but actually, maybe it's a nostalgia. I really like that character.
Yeah, and again, if they didn't do the blackface, it would have been much better. But like, it's the thing is, they do change his skin a little bit. They make him a little darker.
Big Daddy, they did.
Yeah, for the Greek guy, or at least he's putting on like a bit of a caricature of a type of culture that I think is like something that people don't necessarily think holds up. It's kind of like what we see again with like 50 First Dates. Like he always seems to be the one who becomes the punching bag of that, of like, you're going to play this foreigner, but I do think, it's a little less egregious, but it is the one element of this film that I think is the most of that type of ilk where it wouldn't hold up, which is what I thought a lot more of the film would be. And that's the thing with like Matt and I talked about Click recently on this show, where it's like, that stuff, the emotional, dramatic depths go even deeper, but then also the farcical kind of stupid stuff goes further as well. But I think that's what makes it more memorable to me than Big Daddy. Like, I think the only bit here of Big Daddy that I think is like one that I think a lot of people reference is the peeing. But even then, the peeing bit doesn't feel as extreme as like a lot of the other bits you see in other movies, even peeing bits. Like I think the peeing bit in Billy Madison's even better than the peeing bit here. But again, like I think it's also, this is my first watch, and I think if I watch it more, I'll pick up on a few more of the bits, whereas like I really think I expected it to be a little bit more extreme in either end, emotionally or silly, but I think it just kind of meets this nice medium, which I think is why people like it a lot, especially why it's held up well. Like I said, like I think the elements of it have held up well because of that, because it kind of does take a safer approach, but and I think that's a good thing.
Real quick, and then I'll let Chad.
Yeah.
I just want to mention the peeing bit. I actually think this works better than the Adam Sandler one, only because
Billy Madison
becomes a running joke. Or Billy Madison. Only because it becomes a running joke that they don't explain later, which is kind of how the reined in thing that you're talking about, how it's a little bit more contained, a little bit. A different Adam Sandler movie might drive that into the ground, but the next time that they do that against the wall, he just walks by and is like, says something to him, and you don't have to know that that guy denied him access to the bathroom, and so they're peeing on the wall. You know that because of the interaction that they have, and then it becomes and then that's so. I think that peeing joke actually really works really well in this movie in a way that certain jokes haven't always worked in his movies.
The only reason I like the Billy Madison one more is the punchline that the woman says after he's like, well, peeing's cool, Eric. Peeing's cool. Or Ernie, peeing's cool. And then is it a nun or is it just an older woman?
She's
turns
just
and
like
says,
an Amish kind of lady.
Yeah, like an Amish. She's dressed a little prim and proper, and she turns and she goes, well, if peeing's cool, then call me Miles Davis. Yeah, like I think that's just the best joke in any of his movies, to where like when I see this peeing bit, I'm like, oh, but the one in Billy Madison was so much better. But again, I'd seen that one so many times to where like anything in comparison is not as good. So it's one of those things where I think it is one of those things. I keep saying that, but Adam Sandler nostalgia is like a big thing, and how much you've seen of something and how much you've been exposed to something. But yeah, Chad, what were you gonna say?
I mean, I was just going to basically talk about how, like, the idea of like Sandler bits and things like that, but also kind of piggyback off of something Matt was saying earlier, where it's like this one kind of feels, more like a real movie, where like Billy Madison has a lot of, stuff where they're telling a story, he's growing, and stuff, but it does have a lot of like, just like bits where, you just throw it and it's like, why is that there? I don't know, but it's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
I think Big Daddy does have a lot less of that. And it's more of everything is a product of him trying to teach the kid something. I should say Julian, because I have a friend named Julian who he says that he was named after this movie. And I'm not so sure if he actually was, but it's still a fun fact. So we quote Big Daddy all the time. But yeah, I wanted to, because you were talking about how for you, Click is more memorable than Big Daddy, but for me, and I think it's because you have a lot more nostalgia for that one. I have a lot more nostalgia for Big Daddy. That, like, for me, I feel like the relationship between Sonny and Julian, or Frankenstein, it is more memorable because, I don't know, it's just like a deeper thing. And for me, I think the difference in tones of Click, I think, kind of like cancels out that movie a little bit, where you're like, you can't take it seriously, but then they want you to take it seriously. And then you're just like, I don't know how to feel about this movie right now. Right. But I think Big Daddy is like the best of both worlds with that, where it's funny, but it's like funny in like a deeper way. There's not a lot of like bits and like side jokes. I mean, you have like the old man at the bar rooting for the Jets, and you have the like you said, Rob Schneider. You have Steve Buscemi as the homeless guy that will just want some McDonald's, and they're arguing about the breakfast at McDonald's and the time. It's like, oh, I thought it was at 11.
Yeah, which is still an issue I have too. In the city versus at home, like 10:30, 10, 11, McDonald's breakfast. When they did all day breakfast, it was the best like 3 years of my life, and then COVID hit, and they're like, never mind.
Will someone get this kid a Happy Meal?
Right. But yeah, like I agree with you in that sense as well, and I think that's why like Big Daddy, I would definitely say is like a better movie than some of his other ones, but wouldn't rank as high for me, because also it's like the idea of versus like witty humor versus like farcical humor in a way that like I think Billy Madison and Happy Gilmore, like they have much more bigger bits, and that's kind of why I keep saying bits, because this one, it feels like the humor is just more ingrained in the characters rather than the screenwriter being like, all right, and then we're gonna do this thing. It's more just like a way of life for these characters, which I think is good. Yeah,
that's a good way to put it. This one is wittier than some of his other stuff and less farcical. So that's actually a good way to put it. I would like to just go back to you guys were talking about Click. Because I was going to bring this up as well, the kind of comparison, especially because you and I just talked about that earlier this month. So for me, and famously, I don't like Click. I didn't like it back then. I have zero nostalgia. I famously do not like Click. But for me, the thing that kind of sets them apart in this is that, all right, so as I'm watching this movie, I'm like, because you remember what I said about Click was that, like, he's a bad person. He's a bad dad. He's a bad, everything about him is bad in that movie. Like he's just a shitty person.
Right.
And he doesn't really earn the redemption.
Yeah.
In this, he is a shitty person, but I feel like he earns it throughout the movie,
Right.
in a way that he doesn't in Click, and that's kind of the laziness of his later movies, is that like he kind of fast forwards through some of the meaningful stuff to get to the bits and stuff like that. So
yeah, my first instinct watching this was honestly that they could have made him even worse in this one in the beginning to give him even more of a role. Because like when it starts off, the only really big egregious thing he does is like interrupting the proposal. That was like a really shitty thing. Like come on, like, let him propose. But really, like when you open the film and and Buffy's yelling at him, I forget her name, but she's like
Kristen
yelling
Swanson.
at him. Thank you. Is yelling at him and like, you know, like you don't have your life together, all this shit, and it's like. I feel like they honestly could have made him even worse in this to give him more of a path to redeem. Because honestly, the whole time I'm like, he's a fine guy, he's a good guy. He did one shitty thing that I was like, but even then, it's not obnoxious. He could have been like, "Are you proposing, Devin?" Like they don't do that though. He's just kind of he's kind of a dick.
Yeah.
But that's it. He's just a dick. He's not this horrible human being. And that's where I
Right.
was kind of like,
I agree.
wish they had given him more of.
He's not
more
nearly as shitty as he is in
they could have found a happy medium for both.
Yeah. I will say that I think that they do a good job at showing why he shouldn't have the kid
right
at the beginning of the movie, and then making you feel like he should have the kid later on. And my perspective has changed a little bit as a father. Also, I will say that this is the first time I've watched it since I've been a dad.
Yeah.
And there are certain things where I'm like, when it first starts, I'm like, you can't do that with a kid, and it's like, well, that's the point, but also like, come on, like,
do you have an example? Actually, I'm just curious.
Putting the kid wets the bed, he puts newspaper on it and puts the kid back in bed in wet clothes.
Same as the puke. He just puts a newspaper on it.
Which the newspaper is a funny recurring bit.
And I'll admit,
like,
that's
puts him
like
back
real.
in bed in wet clothes, and I'm like, you can't do that.
Yeah. But honestly, when like the first day I was alone with Vito when we got him, like he like peed or whatever, and I put a newspaper on. I was like, Mom will clean it later. I'm like, wait, no, I'm a 26-year-old, like, or at that time 25. But I'm like, I'm gonna clean this up, and it's one of those things where you don't necessarily think about it until it's like your house, your rules, your life, your carpet. It's like, no, I gotta clean up after this, and that's like, or them, not this. It's not a thing, but it's a person. But no, it's a good point. Yeah.
I think it's I think it's because they didn't make him like a shittier person. It's just because like the point of the movie to me is like not that he's a shitty person that learns how to be a good person. It's that he's not a bad person. It's just he doesn't have his life together. He doesn't have anything figured out. Yeah. It's kind of like Shaun of the Dead in that way, like, get your life together like tomorrow kind of a deal. Mm-hmm. But it's the kid is the catalyst that makes him want to figure his stuff out. And I feel like a lot of people need certain things like that, like a push in their life to, oh, actually, I'm responsible for this kid now, because it was partly forced upon me, but also partly because I did a bad thing. And now it is a thing. I have to take care of this kid because no one else is going to. And then he like learns how to do it. And as a dad, like Matt's 100% right. Like there's certain things that you don't do with kids. And, there's nothing like that egregious. He doesn't take him to a strip club or anything like that. Or anything
to a bar.
Really, he does. But I think that's kind of like the thing is that his most egregious stuff is that he's trying to take care of this kid because he cares enough to like want this kid to be safe, and at least until his friend gets back, and then he learns that he's not doing the right thing, and he's learning how to do it and stuff like that because he doesn't really have much guidance. And I don't know, I love how they build that relationship and where it ends ultimately, and they have this weird relationship where what does he say? I can wipe my own ass. I can wipe my own ass. Yeah. And that's like it's funny, but it's really like sad moment too. And it's like, that's kind of how they bridge the comedy and the drama in this movie that I feel like is, a lot better than a lot of other movies that really, they just have the bits. And, because watching an Adam Sandler movie is a very special time where you have to like look at it and you go, this is a different type of movie.
Right, it's almost its own genre in and of itself. You
Yeah.
can't even compare it to other comedies in that sense. You know?
Exactly.
It's very different. One thing I will say that is actually very progressive for this film at the time, and you brought it up, Chad, with Frankenstein. Really cool that like they address identity in that way, where you want to be called that. That's what you want to be called.
Yeah.
That's what you're gonna identify you at. Like I think that's a really
I was
cool,
going to mention that.
progressive step. Which
He changes his name and then they call him that through the rest of the movie.
right,
I
I
love
think
that.
that's a really progressive thing. The only problem is I don't think the movie itself was like, yo, trans non-binary rights. Like I don't think that's what it was.
But here's the thing. I was going to mention this. I had this in my notes. It's very gay affirming. Yes, you have the one person who's just weirded out by it, and that seems to be the joke. But every time it's brought up, Sonny is like, "What?
Yeah.
They're fine. It's fine."
Oh, the gay
They,
couple. Yeah.
they used to be our brothers. Now they're our very, very gay brothers. Like it's.
And that's the thing that we see with a lot of Adam Sandler's films too. I feel like he's very accepting of that. And it is very progressive in that way. As we know, he's a very he rides that blue wave. Adam, he's a good guy.
I mean, Chuck and Larry is its own different thing.
I forgot about that. I've actually never seen
Larry,
it, so
notwithstanding.
Notwithstanding. I don't even know if that's a Razzie nominee, but I know we have to move on because we still have 4 other films to talk about, and one that could probably also garner a huge discussion. But what any last thoughts on Big Daddy? We all right? It's redeemed, Framework Redemption. It's redeemed.
I like it. I have a few notes here, just some pros and cons. I did that with the Framework while I was watching the Nostalgia Junction movies, and then I did it with The Raven, and now I'm realizing I really like this process where I write down the pros and cons for these movies.
Yeah, go for it.
And so I've done it again. But just a few notes that I haven't actually touched on. Chrissy Swanson, the original Buffy the Vampire Slayer from the movie, is in the movie, and she's great. Judd Apatow and Adam Sandler were roommates. That's why in Funny People you have all that footage of Adam Sandler as a young man, is because it was all from Apatow. And then Leslie Mann, who is Apatow's wife, is in this movie. They had just been married 2 years before that. I just think it's fun. It's interesting.
All in the family.
Mr. Hurley, who Chad talked about earlier, is the part that I remember from watching this. As soon as he comes on screen, I'm like, yes, this guy is so funny. What are you going to do about it, woman? His whole thing, just every time he's on screen, I wish he had gotten more screen time.
Yeah.
Oh, he's so good. And then it's laugh. Oh man, he is so funny. I had such a good time, and then I remember how much I loved him originally when I had first watched this, and it holds up. Yeah, he's doing like the whole like masculinity thing as the joke, but it's still hilarious. It's still so funny when he does it. And then they were watching Young Frankenstein, and that made me happy. That's really all I have to say about that.
It's very, very good.
Cons, just common, and it was worse in Click, but the fat jokes, of course, Adam Sandler. That's just interesting. And then just all the slut shaming throughout the movie, the acting like working at Hooters was just this big disappointment, or like this big thing to be embarrassed about. But really, those are the only 2 real big cons I have for this movie, is those 2 things, and that's just a product of its time.
I was gonna say, even then, it's like more of a product of its time than it is a criticism of this movie in particular, more so movies at the time. So I definitely agree. But Big Daddy nominated for 5.
Oh, wait. I wanted to talk about. I wanted to say something.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry.
Chad, give us your thoughts on Big Daddy.
Last little thing. Matt is right, I think, in like all of his pros and cons. I'm not gonna have like a big defense on anything. I will just say, I do think it's a weird character thing, where that character, just is very like the whole slut shaming thing. He does have that whole joke that he just won't let go about Hooters. But then later, I feel like he actually starts to be nice towards her, especially when he goes, that was way before he met you, kind of a deal. Like he actually wants their relationship to be good. And then,
but that was also a Hooters joke, that very thing, because it was the Hooters in another country.
But at the very end, where are they all celebrating and hanging out? Hooters. So it's like, I don't know if they just had it as a sponsor for the movie, but at the very end they're having wings at Hooters, and I was like, I've never been to Hooters, but I wonder if those wings are good.
Wings are so good.
They are good.
I don't
Okay.
go a lot, but
Oh.
like no, like Hooters wings.
I
are
mean,
great.
there's only two reasons to go to Hooters: boobs and hot wings.
I was gonna say I thought you were gonna make it like
There
hot
you
wings
go.
and burgers.
I just want to say about Big Daddy, it is definitely one of my favorite movies, but there's a lot of nostalgia. I saw it when I was like 9 years old in the theater. I'm just a little bit younger. No, I'm a little bit older than Cole and Dylan. So, I was still right around kind of their age, and I kind of looked up to Adam Sandler in that way. And so I think I view it very differently from both of you guys because I'm right in that middle. Where Matt's a little older, Dylan's a little younger, and so I had a lot of nostalgia. I watched it a lot, and I do think I don't think it's like one of the greatest movies ever made, like you're going to put on the Sight and Sound, but it's also definitely not
Can you imagine?
Razzie level, where it's like one of the worst movies ever made. I do think it like hovers around that kind of middle ground. I do think it's above average for a Sandler film. It's about average for a movie, but I do think it is a really good movie in that way that it's not trying to be one of the greatest movies ever made. It just wants to be a sweet film, and I think it's successful in that. And I love it so much, and I'm glad we got to talk about
It's
it.
redeemed. It's redeemed.
I do need to clarify something. My wife, who's just off screen here, Corey, did mention that joke made me sound like a douche about the boobs and the hot wings, and I need to say that is not my joke. I learned it from The Office, but it's actually just like an old joke about Hooters. So
All good, man.
I don't feel that way.
Any Hooters waitresses, I know there's a lot of you watching this. Just know
It's okay, Matt, and thank you, Corey, for slapping back at Matt.
Yeah,
for his joke.
thank you for slapping back.
Or clapping back.
Big Daddy, nominated for 5 Razzie Awards, wins 1. It wins worst actor for Adam Sandler, which is still a little surprising. Nominated for worst picture. I should have written worst in front of all these because I'm so in picture this mode. Nominated for worst picture, worst director for Dennis Dugan, worst supporting actor for Rob Schneider, and worst screenplay.
I do need to mention something about Rob Schneider because I didn't.
Yes.
There is one line from this movie that lives rent free in my head that I used to quote all the time.
I know what it is.
And it is a Rob Schneider thing. You might not know what it is because it's so weird and niche.
All
but
right.
it's when I will always, when I'm talking about a hippopotamus, I'll always call it a hip hop anonymous. And I'll say hip hop anonymous. Damn, you give him all the easy ones.
That's it.
So okay, there it is. Yeah, that's it's just been in my head since 1999 and has never left, and I still occasionally bring it out. So yeah.
You bring it out in every which way.
Oh.
Let's talk about the Blair Witch. Let's talk about the Blair Witch Project. Chad, tell us about the Blair Witch Project.
I gotta pull that one up. The Blair Witch Project, directed by Daniel Myrick, Eduardo Sanchez, starring, it's not a lot of people, Heather Donahue, Michael Williams, Joshua Leonard, and music composed by Tony Cora. Synopsis, a bunch of Maryland, I don't know, college kids, I guess.
It's college kids. That's the thing.
College kids decide to go make a documentary film about an urban legend in Maryland about the Blair Witch, and they might not all make it back.
Ooh. And it is a 100% true documented
Totally.
thing. It is not fictional at all. It is not a lie. It
There
is
was
not
no-
deceiving.
There was no
This is all real.
Heather Donahue at Comic-Con or anything like that, or any
No, they're all
cons.
dead. Footage stands, and we have the footage here. Just kidding. It is fictionalized, but they present it as this actually happened. This is the footage, which, we'll talk about the movie in a sec, which I think is the biggest strength to the film working at the time it came out, was because you had that, no one knew if it was real or not, right? Or did they know it was real, fictionalized going in?
So
you tell me, because I did not grow up with this one.
Matt knows more than I do.
Yeah, here's how it, because I remember this marketing strategy, which is, in my opinion, the greatest marketing strategy that's ever existed. It's so good. It basically created viral marketing. Because what happened with this, and just to give you an idea, I don't think I had been to more than 2 or 3 movies with my grandfather, and he was not really like a horror person, but he went and saw this movie based on the buzz. Like I went and saw it with we all went and saw this movie. He couldn't stay because he has motion sickness and after there came a point where they started selling Dramamine at movie theaters so that people could sit through this movie. The idea of it, which was that they knew that without like a proper distributor at first, they were not going to be able to market this movie. So what they did was they were like, okay, so we have to create this. We have to make the myth feel real, not even taking into account the movie. So we have to make the urban legend work, and we have to make the story surrounding these people who go missing feel real as well. So what they did is they started around Burkittsville. They started putting up posters like, have you seen me? The three leads agreed to not take a movie role until after the movie came out. They created a website, which was pretty new back then. Created a website just full of the urban legend,
right?
Plus, constantly updating with updates about police reports and stuff like that. Part of the website that they had done is they had a section that was almost like a true crime page. Here's the evidence we have so far, and it was like pictures of the car, like taken, like it was from a police that taken the pictures and stuff like that. Pictures of certain things, like there was a section that made it seem very, very official. Plus, you had people like videos of like police officers and stuff talking about these missing kids. Made it feel so authentic. So this was the first horror movie to ever show at Sundance Film Festival.
Cool.
And part of what they did there, they did the same thing there. They posted "Have you seen me?" posters all over Park City before the premiere of this movie. They didn't really reveal what the movie was about. They just had this thing, and then when you go in, and then when the theater goers go in to watch the thing, it's like, oh, these are the same people I've been seeing these posters about. Some people famously left in the middle of this movie during the Sundance Film Festival. They're like, this just isn't for me. But then a lot of people stayed, and the people who stayed were like, this was something else. This was new. This was fun, which it wasn't new. There were movies like this before, but it was fresh. It had reinvigorated a section of the subgenre, which, there were only a few found footage movies at this time, but this was like different because it had done all this viral marketing that took the thing outside of the theater. It took the lore of this and the experience of this outside of just watching the movie. And even on the website, when you would go to the website and things would be updated, you would learn things about the characters and about the urban legend and about like sightings and stuff like that would expand this story outside of that. So that's how that viral marketing worked. Sorry for going to like.
No. I'm glad you said the scene.
To answer the question, did people think this was real? Most people no, but a lot of us did. The idea was a lot of it was to suspend your disbelief. So most of us were like, this isn't real, but I can pretend it's real for 2 hours.
Yeah, if it were.
Yeah. And that was kind of the thing is you could definitely look, and enough people went and saw it just out of curiosity, just to say, yeah, I know this is probably not real, but let's see what they have to say. I will say that a few years after this, I started working at the video store in 2002. So I started working at the video store a few years after this. I will say that there are people who do believe that it's real because I've talked to them. But some of those people also believe Cloverfield was real. They believe that New York was just obliterated by a
There's
giant
no
monster.
way anyone could ever recreate real footage, fictional footage, and make it look real. Like it's just a foreign concept. If it was filmed in this type of camera, it must be real. Yeah.
Yeah. So I will say that there are some people who bought it and who believed it and thought it was real. I will say most people understood that it wasn't, but played along. I would say that's the majority of the situation.
Yeah, and I think that context is important because I think a lot of movies hinge on context, whether it be nostalgic context or kind of like what I teased at the beginning of the episode. Like, we've seen this actor go on a run of movies, so there's a certain expectation. We've seen a franchise on a 20-year hiatus. We have an expectation. Here, I think it's kind of the opposite, where there is no expectation except for this hubbub and word of mouth and anticipation, which is very interesting, kind of coming from someone who saw it in its original run versus Chad. I don't know if you saw it in its original run, but I'm curious now, your context, Chad, going into this, how much did you know about it, or was this just kind of like, this is a great movie, I gotta watch it, or was this kind of hyped up as you got to see this footage? Like, how was it presented to you at first, or do you not remember?
I mean, around 1999, I was not watching horror movies.
Right.
I was watching Big Daddy and stuff like that. I thought I was too scared of horror movies. I was curious, I think, about like Freddy Krueger and stuff like that, but like I'd never really watched any. I just had watched like clips.
Casper, or like family horror. Yeah.
But then also, like, when my sister was watching horror movies and stuff, I probably caught some of it and got really scared and probably ran to another room or something like that. But I do remember somewhat in 1999, like probably hearing about it, like older people talking about it, like the Matts of the world that are a little bit older, just like, kind of like going, holy shit, this is kind of cool. So I'm also, Dylan, a little bit divorced from like all of the hype that was around 1999 that took this movie from being made for less than $1 million to making $250 million.
Right. It's really a success story unlike anything else.
Yeah.
Even if we're looking at another film, which is one of the biggest financial successes.
Or $58,000. Yeah, like it
was, I know.
You're
right. It's less than 100,000 even, or whatever.
It is considered the most profitable movie of all time, considering its return on investment.
Exactly. Which is wild, but honestly, I think it deserves that level of prestige, because even though I didn't hit it on its original run, this to me is something that I'm like, look, I live about 90 minutes from those woods.
Right. That's another thing too. Yeah. You have that context. Yeah.
It feels like I could go make a movie like this. It feels like anyone could pick up a camera and go make a movie like this. In a way, it feels like that. But then if you look at it, you're like, look, not just anybody made that movie. Those people made that movie, and they put a lot into it, and they made, I think, magic here. I don't think that they've really been able to, sans like Paranormal Activity, I don't think they've really been able to kind of capture this level of raw, like, realness in a found footage movie like this. And to where when you watch it, there are a lot of people who watch it and roll their eyes. But if you could be a person like me that might want to watch it and roll your eyes because it's not real. Right. And then you actually like really get into it. And then you're like, wow, look at like all the stuff that they did. Like, they created like this urban legend that wasn't real. They created it. And then they had people like realistically going around to just random folks around town and being like, tell me about this thing. And, they're like convincingly telling you about like growing up, hearing about the Blair Witch. And then you get to go into the woods and like everything that happens in there, I just think ends up being like incredibly creepy. And even though, spoiler, you don't see a witch, you still believe that she could be out there. And I just think like the acting and just everything they do with it, even though it is a little bit like, weird in a way, but the stuff, I think that also sometimes adds to the believability and stuff like that. So honestly, I do think what this movie is an experience. To me, this is like my Skinamarink, my Mad God, stuff like that, where people go, is that even a movie? And then you go, actually, yes, and here's why. Right. So that's kind of how I feel about it. I'm interested to get more into it and to hear what Dylan thought about it, maybe on a second watch. But I think it's kind of brilliant. I think it might be the greatest found footage movie ever made, one of the greatest horror movies ever made, and I really kind of adore it. So
yeah. Well, and I think it's interesting you bring up Paranormal Activity because even then, like it is found footage, but it's such a different type. It's like
Yeah.
found footage of a camera in a room versus this, where it's like handheld, someone bringing it into the woods. Like, and that's the thing with found footage is it is a very niche genre, but still such a or niche medium, but it's still such a widespread. There's so much widespread versatility. Are you the one documenting the events like this with the camera? Are you documenting it like this, kind of like Blair Witch, where it's on you? Are you
Yeah.
documenting it as like let's leave the camera here and like make it still? Like I think there's so many different ways you could take in or create found footage films, which makes it such an interesting kind of medium to explore. I famously, as you both know, did not like this the first time I watched it. It was when I was finally starting to like dip my toe into horror. My freshman year of college, I watched this as part of, I guess, watching a bunch of movies for like Halloween time in October. And I was like, yeah, I'll finally watch this. And I was like, I don't get the hype, And I had seen Cloverfield by then. I had seen, clips of Paranormal Activity. So like for me, it was not anything new, which is why I did ask, like, did people at the time believe it and take to it as if it were real footage? Because I do think a lot of the enjoyment of it can come, and I know Chad, you're an exception, but can come from the hype of is it real, is it not, the marketing, all that, because marketing does aid so much in it. And I think that was the thing with Skinamarink, like you just brought up, Chad, where like I went into that movie kind of with an expectation of you got to see this to believe it type deal. And even that is a very different type of found footage too, because it is not even telling a really linear narrative in the way that this is. In a way, like there's no dialogue really scripted out, it's just more about vibes. But it's very interesting because I famously did not like this movie, and I was like really ready to give that the second shot of like taking in the context. And I think what's so important is the context, but at the same time I feel like I just love talking about the history of the film and the context of the film and the marketing of the film and the effect of the film and the fallout of the film in terms of how found footage was made and all that. I enjoy that much more than I enjoy watching the film itself. And I still have that problem where I watch it and I'm just, my mind always goes racing of like, okay, this was really cool for the time. I want to talk about the cultural atmosphere when this movie came out. I want to talk about the rollout and the effect. And I want to talk about why this was considered at the time one of the worst 5 movies of the year, because it sounds like from what Matt was saying, like that this was a phenomenon. And like, I don't understand why people at the time thought it was a bad movie, but then I also hear about how people walked out and people, protested and all that stuff. And I think that's kind of where my enjoyment of the film comes from, is more talking about the film rather than talking about the film on a surface level than talking about the film as a piece of art in and of itself, if that makes sense. Like I still find like hearing Matt talk about the marketing to be the most exciting part about this film, because it really is a really fascinating case study in a way that a lot of films that are kind of revolutionary for their own given medium and are. I just find it so much more engaging talking about that stuff than talking about the elements of the film itself, because I think the film itself, I think because of my stubborn brain, I'm not as willing or able to separate the I know it's fake, I know it's not real from it. Like I'm not as immersed with it, and I don't necessarily know why. And I want to give a shout out to your wife, Chad, for Carrie gave me a great suggestion of how to watch this film in the best way and setting possible to fully immerse myself. And it is the same way I tell people to watch Skinamarink too. It's like turn off all the lights, turn up the sound, watch it on a smaller screen where it's more in your face, where you cannot necessarily take in other elements of the room, where it's just you in the film, and watch it as if someone is showing you footage from a camera itself, and they plugged in the HDMI and they're like, look what I found on this camera. And I tried so hard, but it is still that buffer and that barrier in my brain where I'm not fully able to hurdle, where I really want to love this film. And maybe third time will be the charm, but I still am just like, it's very interesting, it's very important, and I can acknowledge that, but I don't enjoy watching it, if that makes sense. And it's still a film where I would not necessarily even call the worst of the year. I think there are at least 2 films in this slate that I think are genuinely just worse movies than this. Like I still can acknowledge it as a good movie, but I still just don't enjoy it. It's weird. I don't understand it. And maybe this is why it was nominated for a Razzie, because there are probably people like me. I wouldn't have ever walked out of the theater, because I also think the ending of this film is the strongest part of this film when it gets to that conclusion. But I also think a lot of time, in my opinion, is wasted getting there. But I also understand the atmosphere building that people do really take to well. And it's interesting because Skinamarink is one of my favorite horror films of all time because of that immersion. It just, for some reason, that one, for me, kind of recreates this fear and nightmarish stuff better than this one. And again, they are so different in what they are talking about and the thematic depth too. Like, I think I'm more interested in the underlying themes of queerness and childhood abandonment and parent abandonment in that film than I am the myth and lore of this film. It really is interesting, because I really want to love this film, but I'm still not quite there yet. But I also don't ever think it should belong in a 5 worst Razzie nominated worst picture because of how influential it is and because of how just genius the marketing of it is. And I do think that is the stuff I love to talk about. Like I said, is what Matt brought up, like just the whole fallout and lead up to it, and just how interesting it is as a cultural touchstone, as this thing that profited so much money in a year where we're in a slate we're about to talk about the biggest movie ever made at the time. Like, it really is such a cool story. But
Yeah.
I think the story of the film's journey is more interesting for me than the story in the film itself. So
Yeah,
that's my thesis of this. Yeah.
and Dylan, yeah, it might just be one that you never get to. There's a lot of films that for me I just can't get into, and there's so many defenders of the movies that I don't really like either. So I totally get it, especially where I like to compare Blair Witch and Skinamarink because it's not that they're like the same movie. They're very different too.
But they had a similar path in terms of word of mouth, building to financial success,
And
building to almost a cult-like following.
yes, and they also have the same kind of complaints and criticism lodged against them that this is barely a movie, this isn't a movie, this doesn't make any sense. Why would I even want to watch this? I'm just going to walk out of this kind of a deal. Like the lack of like respect kind of a deal. And that's why like I so appreciate that even though you don't vibe with the movie itself,
I
that
tried.
you still at least see kind of the cultural like touchstone that this movie was. It did hit the zeitgeist
Yeah.
in a way that was just different than like anything else that had come before.
And I see why others think it's scary too. Like you mentioned it. You grew up close to the woods, or you live close to the woods, and that's the thing is like as a kid, I was always spending nights in the woods, and it never fazed me because there was a highway or a road nearby that it was always lit. It was never. I've never been in that circumstance, and maybe if there is a night where I'm ever feel like going and getting lost in the woods, maybe it'll strike differently. But I think it also that also has to do with it. I'm not sure Matt's experience with. But I mean, that definitely could also aid it, depending on how much that type of stuff scares you,
Just real quick, because I know Matt really wants to talk about this, but I just want to tell a quick story, if I may, that Carrie really wanted me to tell. You brought her up. I wanted to mention this.
Yeah, shout out, Carrie.
Because I don't think it was the first time I ever saw this movie. I think I saw it at least once or twice before. But there was a time where my wife and I, Carrie, we would rent Airbnbs in like kind of the remotest like locations that we could think of.
I remember this. Yeah. You were
and we would go there just to watch horror movies.
So cool.
Sometimes it would be stuff we've seen. Sometimes it would be stuff that was just new. I think that was where I saw like The Exorcist for the first time all the way through. Was in a Gettysburg cabin.
It's so creepy, but that's awesome.
Yeah, like Gettysburg, which is supposed to be super haunted, and it's like right off of a mansion. So it was like a tiny house, like trailer that like some rich person owned and rented out. But it had like everything you'd need in a little tiny house. Anyways, it was surrounded by woods, so it's very scary driving to it. And it was very windy, and we decided to throw on the Blair Witch Project. And because in there it got so dark and windy and just kind of creepy that like you felt like you were kind of lost in the woods. It was a really great way. It's hard to like
immerse yourself. Yeah.
It's hard to mimic this if you wanted to try it. You got to find a place like that with not Wi-Fi, but at least bring the movie and electricity and all that. But we watched it in like that way. And I will say like the scariest thing about this movie is just telling yourself and getting into that mindset of like, okay, look, I'm in the shoes of their shoes, and I'm lost in these woods, and I'm trapped, and it's completely dark, pitch black. There could be anything coming out of anywhere in any direction, and all I have is this little tent with this little light, and it's just so dark out there. And I know that there's this urban legend about a witch, and it's just I put myself in that mindset, and I'm like, this is one of the scariest movies ever made.
Well,
about that.
And I think that works to the film's effect the first time you watch it, is you're not sure if something's going to pop out or something's going to come up and grab
Yeah.
you and reach you, or what you're going to see, kind of like a Hereditary hidden in the shadows. But I think when you rewatch it, like rewatching this, I still remember it. I'm like, well, there's no jumps. Like, you don't see anything. And I think that's also part of the detriment for me, at least on a rewatch, is like, I know nothing's going to come out. It'd be different if it was like, if there is like a moment or two where it does happen. But I think the first time you watch it, it's good that it doesn't happen, because the whole time you're waiting for it to happen. But I think the second time, when you know nothing comes, it's easier to be less
But
on your
but it-
toes and
sure,
alert.
but it's also almost like you said, the atmosphere building, and then the anticipation of something to maybe show up. I don't think ever, at least for me, it doesn't ever really leave. Like, it's always there. I'm always kind of like waiting. Like, is this the
Even
time
if you know it's not going to come. Yeah.
something's gonna pop out?
Mm.
And it's just, like, especially when the one guy gets lost, and then you've seen things to tell you that this guy might be dead, and then later you hear him calling out in the distance, and you're like, holy shit, what is going on right now? So sorry, I want to let Matt talk because
Yeah.
he's waiting.
I mean, these movies warrant a lot of discussion. So, yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I will say that first, let me address the last thing you guys were talking about, which is the knowing, rewatch, and how that kind of knowing what happens affects it. It actually improves a little bit for me on rewatches because I'm not because I know what to expect, and
Right.
so like it kind of like helps me to focus on the things that I do want to appreciate about the film, and or that I do appreciate about the film. And so it kind of, I mean, nothing's ever going to beat the theatrical experience of this movie for me, but rewatches at home improve from other rewatches at home. So because I didn't watch it for a long time, and then when I rewatched it not long ago, a couple years ago, and then rewatching it this time, because I had forgotten a lot of the stuff that happened in it. So rewatching it this time, I remembered everything, and so I was able to appreciate it a little bit more, even then. I will say that as far as the terror, the scariness, the horror in this movie, I think a lot of it is not even about the Blair Witch itself or the legend. It's about the actual fear, or the actual thing that's happening, which is them being lost in the woods. They cannot figure out how to get out of
that. In and of itself is
The
scary.
fear of the unknown.
It's you mentioned Skinamarink, and I think that there are a lot of similarities. I think the difference is that in that one you can see weird things that you can't explain happening on the screen, and this one you don't see the things happening on screen, and so it's like even harder to, like, you don't, like, maybe they are explained by normal stuff, maybe not, maybe it's not, whatever, so you don't see a lot of things. So I think that's where the difference is, but the similarity is that there's a fear of being trapped that for me, that does for me. I'm claustrophobic, so Skinamarink was tough for me.
Right.
Suddenly all the doors are gone.
Yeah, the doors are gone. The windows
yeah.
start going away. Yeah.
So like, to me, that's like, oh God, that's terrifying. It's similar, even though, it's not claustrophobic because you're wide out. It's kind of like how I don't like the idea of being in the ocean, because I never want to be that far away from being able to be somewhere. Like that idea terrifies me, and it's in a similar way that claustrophobia terrifies me. And the same thing in the woods, being trapped in the woods without knowing where to go, and my compass isn't working, and we've smoked our last cigarette. It's like it's that whole, like, the fear of it plus the discomfort, because there's just a lot of discomfort from things, and them starting to kind of turn on each other a little bit. Pass me a cigarette. We smoked all the cigarettes. So what do you mean we don't have any cigarettes? Like, that whole thing when they start to get at each other's throats, and there's just a lot of the characters, kind of how the characters are reacting to this, that really works for me a lot. That ending is great. I love the ending, and I love how they go after that. But a lot of, like, the character stuff is really good. I do want to talk about what's her name? Heather Donahue.
Heather Donahue. Yeah.
Heather Donahue. Oh, I've actually got it written down right here. Heather Donahue. I cannot believe she was nominated for Worst Actress. Yes, their acting in this is not the best.
She won.
Yes, that's it. That's right. She won for Worst Actress. I can't believe that because yes, the acting in this is not great, but it's not supposed to. It's supposed to feel like natural conversations, which it does feel like a lot of the time.
And
The place where she is great is that when is her going from conversing with the people to being on screen presenting a documentary. Like when they cut to the scenes where she's like very stately and like this Maryland town, like there's a stark difference to that, and it feels so real because that's exactly how a person who's never done that before does that.
It's like my favorite moment of The Office, which is when they are in it's the Fun Run episode when they're at the hospital, and they're talking about like her hysterectomy, Meredith's, and like, she got a hysterectomy once, and the nurse turns to the camera and goes, so I guess that's where her uterus went. And it's the most awkward line delivery ever. It's my favorite moment in the entire show because it reminds the audience that, oh yeah, they're filming a documentary and that these people, these hospital workers are on camera and like this is their big break. And it's like their big moment that they're going to go and point to their family and say, that was me in the documentary. And I agree. I think those moments where they keep reminding you that they're filming a documentary is really important because it aids in the actual use of the found footage medium and not just being there for a gimmick. It aids in the actual storytelling and the idea that these characters still feel like they have to be on because they're filming a movie and they have to tell a story. And I think that aids to a lot of the impressive use of the narrative structure as well. Yeah,
it explains why they are filming the things that they're filming. That thing, but also there's this cool thing that they do that I think is lost today, which is that today your phone can be the best camera that you'll ever the best camera you'll ever do. It can be that if you use it right. There was a time when we had camcorders and then $100,000 cameras, and there was not a middle ground where you could have it. So they rented this camera, which is the thing that they keep talking about how they have to return, which also gives me a little bit of the anxiety. So that's working for me as well, where I'm like, they've got to get the thing returned. So they've got this expensive camera that they've got, but they're not using that all the time. Sometimes they're just using the handheld camera. And the other guy's got a camera as well. So there's three people, there's three cameras. One of them is really expensive, which they will switch to sometimes. And they mention that. It's just this little, it's kind of a little detail that they kind of have to go with because of the budget that they have, but also is so realistic to the time frame that if people are filming all the time, it's probably going to be on the shittier camera. But if they think that it's going to be something good, they do switch to the better camera, which I think is pretty cool. I really like that as well.
Yeah, like it's all impressive filmmaking to me. Like that's the thing is like I can acknowledge it's really well done for what it is. It just really is just a matter of if you are able to immerse yourself fully, and you two are and I'm not. And I think that's the biggest thing is like I can acknowledge what makes this great, and I think that's why I don't think it belongs in the slate. But it's also not why I'm putting this number 1 in the slate either, or number 5, I guess, because we rank it backwards. Is because I just genuinely find more enjoyment in other movies, and that's just yeah.
That makes sense.
Anything else?
Yeah, just 2 quick things to piggyback on the things that Matt was saying is that I honestly think the acting is probably the best part of the movie because like you're asking to people to be on board with like just these 3 people like throughout 90 minutes, and honestly like the conversations and just like kind of like fights that they have is like extremely riveting, and I feel like
it's the Jaws thing of you have to trust these 3 guys on their own.
I feel like lesser actors would have just like made this just kind of feel exactly like a movie, like a Jagged Edge movie that like something like would get nominated at the Razzies. However, I think that's what elevates this movie is that they're operating on such a high level for what they're trying to do. And I'm just like, when the one guy just like goes off and starts just like, just like being very bitter and saying things like it doesn't ever feel like anybody's forcing anything and stuff. So I just really appreciate the acting a lot. And then the other thing I wanted to add was that Matt was talking about what scares him in the movie is that you do have different things in the movie that is scary because you have the you have the idea of the isolation, and the people are scared because they just don't know what to do, and then they're all fighting and they're all turning on each other, so they don't even have like a great support system and stuff like that. And then they get picked off kind of like one by one. But also you have that lore, and I talked about the lore of the Blair Witch and how the townspeople are explaining the story of the Blair Witch before you go into the woods. I just think that's such a great device, because like I've gone on long drives where I've listened to the podcast Lore, where Aaron Mankey of Lore will sit there and tell you these really creepy stories about things that may or may not have happened, but they're like lore about specific locations and stuff. And you'd listen to the story, and then you're just like, can I turn lights on in this car or wherever you're listening? Because it's just like the creepiest story you've ever heard. And then, you know, you don't even have to have been to that place. Like a creepy story about Ireland or something. You're like, I've never been to Ireland, but well, I have. But if you haven't, you know, he's like, but that still creeps me the hell out. And I think telling them the story, then going into the woods, and then experiencing some of the things that were in the story, like talking about the Blair Witch, making people face the corner of the wall, and then that's how the movie ends. And it's a very sort of spoiler for Sopranos. That's sort of like a Sopranos, like abrupt that doesn't explain anything. It just ends, and then you got to go, what just happened? And then you can talk about it endlessly.
Well, you know, we've talked about it. I haven't watched all of Sopranos, but I do know how how it ends. And Dylan, you have explained it, that once the perspective ends, the show ends. It's the same thing. Once there is no one to hold the camera, the movie ends. And so that's really how the thing works. You mentioned Jaws, and I agree. There were 2 points about Jaws that I was going to mention, and you mentioned one, which is these are the people, you have to buy into these people. Like that's the thing, and I think the movie does that well. I will also say that even though Jaws was an accident, it was very effective, where you don't see the shark for an hour, however long it is, before you finally see the shark. It's the same way with this, except you never see the Blair Witch. You actually never get confirmation that something actually is happening, and it's not just them going crazy. Which I really did. While you were talking, it kind of reminded me of another part of this movie that feels very. There's actually 2 parts that I want to talk about. One of them is just so small. And it's just very much of the time and makes it feel so real. Which is when they first pull up to the third guy's house and their music is still on, but they're recording. Is that you go back to the late 90s, anything that anybody I know recorded had us in the car with the music still blaring when we should have probably turned it off, recording it. That felt so real and so accurate. But anyway, to the thing, there's that scene where he's kind of starting to lose it, and he admits, yesterday I kicked the map into the river. And they're freaking out, and he's like, I don't know. Like, it's that kind of stuff where they not only set up that moment really well before that, but then the reveal, it adds layers to the creepiness of what's happening. That's the kind of stuff that even without all of the backstory, it's those things that I think are executed so well that work so well in this movie. And I definitely get it, Dylan. There's some people who are never going to get it. It's never going to work for them. Just like there's people that are Skinamarink is never going to work for. There's people that Hereditary is never going to work for. That's just the truth of it. I'm glad that you can acknowledge the things in it that do work, though. So that's nice.
Cool. Did you have a pros and cons list for this one, or were they all mostly pros?
I actually had 2 pros and 0 cons, and I've talked about both pros.
Perfect.
So,
I just wanted to make sure we did. And there are only 2 awards this is nominated for. It's the least nominated of all of them, which is worst. I keep doing it again. Worst picture, and then it wins worst actress for Heather Donahue, which again, people didn't like her screaming. They thought it was annoying. But again, it's not the character, it's the actor. They were awarding the character, not the actor, which is the worst part.
I haven't mentioned this, but this movie is responsible, and she specifically is responsible for one of the most iconic moments in all of film, which which Chad
The poster moment.
may have done that before. That the close up, I'm so scared. Like that whole thing with thing, iconic. You never have to see this movie to understand how iconic that moment is. Like it's
so iconic that I feel like so many films that try to replicate it fail. And there's a reason why now it's such a tired medium, the found footage thing, and it's hard to find ways to rejuvenate it. And that's why Skinamarink is great, because it does find a way, or I think it's great, is because it does find a way to actually present it in a new way. But there's a reason why the Paranormal Activity movies have diminishing returns, because people are over it by the third or fourth one, and I think that's the thing with horror, is once a trend is in, it is exhausted until it's done, and then we bring that trend back years later. It's great, but there's a point where the trend dies out, and I think it's kind of like this, where the trend was set so high, the bar was set so high, that everything afterwards always felt like it was trying to live up to this one and not necessarily creating its own path.
Everything is falling victim to that. I mean, Blair Witch had a sequel, and then had another sequel that I think most people think is a remake, but apparently is a sequel. And now there's a new Blair Witch Project that's coming out, and it's like, this is one of those movies that you're like, this is the one movie that you just don't make a sequel or remake or anything for, because it's so interesting.
Or you do the Cloverfield thing of you make a sequel that is so different that isn't even in the same medium. And that's the thing, is like 10 Cloverfield Lane, the reason it's so good is because it's a totally different vibe. And that's why the third one's not. It's because then it's like, well, we've done this, we've done that. Now how do we, and then they kind of figure out, they lose ideas of how to make it different. So, Chad, tell us about The Haunting. This is wild. Chad and I, for everyone who knows out there, I'm going to keep this in the video. We took a break for Matt to tuck his children to bed. And then I just said, I wonder where Matt is. And he just came back. That's wild. Where's Matt? I was going to say, oh my God, that was crazy.
Oh, whoa. The timing, dude.
I did not plan that at all.
Where's Matt? Whoop.
That was wild. Wait, Matt, turn on your mic because I need to hear this. Did you hear me say, where's Matt?
No, I had not put my earbud in.
Literally, Chad and I got into a conversation, and there was a lull in the conversation. I said, I wonder where Matt is. And then, boom. That was nuts. I'm going to keep that. This is going to go in the very end of the video, because that is the nutsiest, nutty thing I've ever nutted before.
Matt did not hear you with his ears. He heard you with his soul.
I heard you with my heart.
That was quite haunting. Matt, do you need anything before we continue on to The Haunting?
Just one more puff of my...
No worries. All right, Chad, tell us about The Haunting.
Sure. The Haunting, directed by Jan de Bont. Screenplay. No, I don't do screenplay. Music by Jerry Goldsmith. Look at that. Starring Liam Neeson, Catherine Zeta-Jones, Owen Wilson, Lily Taylor. I don't know why she's last. She's the star of the movie, or the main character, I guess. Based on The Haunting of Hill House, the 1959 novel by Shirley Jackson. And the plot: a bunch of people go to a haunted house for different reasons, and scary stuff happens.
As any haunted house picture. It's very interesting. You listed all those great people, and you're like, wow, Jerry Goldsmith, wow, Jan de Bont. Directed Speed, directed Twister, was a DP on so many great films like Die Hard, Hunt for Red October. The thing is, this film, on paper, with all the talent, should be a home run. Yet it ends up here as a Razzie nominee, and we're going to talk about why that is. And it is the thing. I actually watched this on Mother's Day with my mother, and I turned to her during this, and I'm like, spoiler alert, I was like, I'm not digging this. And she goes, there's so many good people in it. What is happening? And I think that's just kind of the thesis of this film, is like, there's so many good people in it. What is happening? But I'm interested to hear what you guys think of it, because this is a first watch for me. I believe it's a first watch for Chad as well.
Yes.
And it is not a first watch for Matt, because I know, Matt, you had mentioned you really love this film. This is a nostalgic one for you. So, Matt, I'll turn over the floor to you first for this one, The Haunting.
This one came out, as with all of these films, you won't be surprised, when I was a teenager.
Almost as if these all came out the same year.
Weird, yeah. So I was in high school. When it came out. It was I don't know how to explain it. It was a great middle grade horror movie that I could enjoy as a teenager. I don't know. There was something that felt very accessible to me as a teenager that I really did. I don't know. I just really liked it. Liam Neeson was in it. I really loved him. Lily Taylor's in it. And you asked, why is Lily Taylor last? If you notice, it's and Lily Taylor, which means that probably Liam Neeson got first billing no matter what.
Yeah.
And instead of getting second billing, she got the and credit to show some importance.
Cool.
So I think that's probably what that is. But I'd seen all these people before in this. Although Owen Wilson was pretty new on the scene, he wasn't.
Yeah.
He hadn't been a whole lot yet.
Right after Bottle Rocket, yeah.
You can tell.
But he was the funny character, so I kind of like related to him a little bit in this movie. So this movie is based on The Haunting of Hill House, the book The Haunting of Hill House, which is the same thing the series is based on.
Which is the same thing the original Robert Wise film also is based on.
Yes. So this was supposed to be a remake to the Robert Wise film, but they couldn't get the rights because it was a different studio, and so instead they just made a new adaptation of the Shirley Jackson book, which I have read, and I really enjoyed. It's kind of like the book is, and Stephen King has said that he's a big fan of Shirley Jackson. The book really feels a lot like The Shining feels, which it's a much shorter book, much smaller, but it really is more about the characters and really about the emotional demons that are going on rather than more than the ghosts, and that's really what it is.
Right.
I really enjoy that book. This movie is much closer to the book than the Flanagan series is, because the difference is like they are the Liam Neeson's character, which has a different name, Montague. Dr. Montague is his name in the thing, but I think they probably changed that because we were just coming off of Romeo and Juliet. They didn't. I don't. That's my only assumption for why they changed the name, or maybe because of the original Haunting movie. I don't know. Anyway, he is a paranormal researcher who's looking for a real ghost situation, and these people have had paranormal experiences in their life, and that's why they're chosen, rather than they all have sleep problems and that's why they're chosen, or whatever.
Which I think is a much more exciting premise than sleep problems. Like I think that, like, oh, you've all experienced paranormal activity is a more enticing, inciting incident, in my opinion.
No, I agree. Luke in the book is the heir to the Hill House. Like his family owns it, and he's going to get it one day. But he's not like a rich snobby kid. So he's like, he is staying with them, but he's really experiencing everything with them. So anyway, that all aside, the book's really good. This is actually pretty close to the book in terms of what happens. So anyway, I saw this when I was in high school. I really, really dug it. I really liked it. Watching it again, it does lose a little bit of what I had, but that's mostly because of the effects. But it was a mid-budget movie. And today, the effects between a low-budget movie and a high-budget movie are not that far apart as far as what you can do with it. Back then they were, the best you could do in this, in 1999 was going to be Phantom Menace. This was never going to achieve that level. And even Phantom Menace feels dated on that, but this was never going to achieve that. So I kind of overlook all of that stuff. I will say that I still really, really enjoy this movie. I had a really good time. I have some notes here, but I kind of want to hear from you guys about how you guys felt on your first viewing.
Right, because we don't have that necessary nostalgia tied to it necessarily. But Chad, you do have the experience of seeing the series at least. So, like, did that taint your experience one way or the other, or how did you view this? Also, because you are also a big horror fan as well. So, how did this viewing go for you?
Well, since you framed it with like the series, I am a big Flanagan stan. I love Mike Flanagan so much, so I love the show. I think he did a fantastic job. I haven't seen the original, The Haunting. I almost watched it just in preparation for this, but I didn't really get time. And but I do plan to go watch that just to see, because I did watch the series and I read the book either before or after the series, just because I was interested. And I don't really remember too much about the book. I don't know how much I actually vibed with it, but I love the show. I think the show is phenomenal. And I do think like what Flanagan does when he adapts a thing, because he does a lot of Stephen King adaptations, is that he will live in the worlds of whatever he's adapting, and he'll take and make like kind of either old characters from the book or like make new characters, and he'll like actually like make like human stories within these worlds that you can actually connect to. So I think it just works on a whole other level in the show than the movie. That being said, I did get some vibes of the book and the show from watching the movie. Particularly, there's a sequence about a stairs that are collapsing and that they're going up. I remember like that being a very specific part of the show and the book. So I got vibes that way. The rest of it, not as much. It just felt like a haunted house movie. And to touch on what I was really nervous about going into the movie, about my enjoyment, was that it wasn't going to be scary or creepy at all, because it was going to be so dated, because the effects were going to look so stupid and I was going to roll my eyes all the time. I thought that's what was going to happen. And I was very surprised. I was like, I feel like a lot of the effects actually kind of hold up for me. Like, there's like the hand coming out of the door that looks silly, but like there's certain parts where she's like looking around a room, and then you got like the eyes of like the little children that are like not looking at her and then looking at her and stuff like that. And I'm like, I paused it at one point. I was like, Carrie, does that not look like one of the creepiest shots you've ever seen? And I was like, that's just so creepy. And you compared it to Phantom Menace. Honestly, I think a lot of Phantom Menace looks worse than this movie. Like the battle scene specifically and stuff like that. But we'll get there. This movie, I agree with Matt. I don't have nostalgia for it, but I was kind of surprised. I didn't love the movie. I didn't think it was like a phenomenal horror movie, but I kind of was like on Dylan's Big Daddy wavelength, where I'm like, I don't think this is like 16% on Rotten Tomatoes level, but I don't think it's like 60, 70%. I think around the 40% range, where it's like it's got issues. It's not like that scary, but I kind of like see it as kind of like, and people are going to kind of get mad when I say this, I kind of got like the Mummy vibes, where I'm like, this is kind of like a fun sort of like adventure horror movie where you have like a lot of different characters and they all have their different personalities, and one guy being really kind of trying to be funny, the humor, and it just feels like a late 90s movie, just like it is. Like, you don't really get those types of horror movies, it feels like, anymore. They're very different these days. And I kind of appreciated about that. I liked Owen Wilson in the movie, even though I know Carrie and Dylan, it seems like, didn't like him. But I always liked Owen Wilson, where I like his like charm, where he'll come out and just like the way he says stuff, it's just like he's just has this like odd confidence about him. So and also I love Lily Taylor. I'm a big Say Anything fan.
Yeah.
So I was very excited to watch her in this, and then I had an oh shit, I had no idea. I never connected the two dots that she's the mom in The Conjuring.
Yeah.
And I was like, the mom from The Conjuring that his best friend and Say Anything? What?
And
so
in this
now,
movie, you almost get a preview of that like possession thing that she has
Right.
in The Conjuring.
Yeah. Very true. But ultimately, I think it's serviceable as a creepy horror film. I don't think it's that creepy, and I don't think it works all the time on like a story level or pacing level or anything like that. but like I was surprised. I was like, yeah, this is not a Razzie movie for me. Not even close. And I found myself enjoying quite a bit of it.
Before Dylan just shits all over it, I do need to. I can tell, Dylan, it's all over your face. You're so excited to do this.
No.
All right, so just real quick, there are a couple things I wanted to hit on real quick before we let Dylan have his say. First of all, I'm a big High Fidelity fan, so my connection to Lily Taylor is also through John Cusack, and so yeah, but the sorry, hold on, just a minute. What's wrong? Hold on. Sorry.
You're good. We'll take a break here. I'll put it in the notes. I don't know what he thinks I'm about to say.
I think you have this look about you.
Sorry, I'm back. Okay, so
everything good?
Yeah, everything's good. So when you're talking about the creepiness of the movie, I completely agree with you on that. And the movie doesn't shy away from the creepiness. They could make everything seem mundane until the scares really start or whatever. But they put the creep right on Front Street. Like, you walk into this house and it's just creepy. And so when the angels, so like they could, like I said, they could make everything feel mundane until they really have to get it going. But instead, you walk into a room, the angels, the babies on the wall are already creepy. They're already scary. So when they look at you, and they weren't looking at you before, you feel it, even though you could see that coming because you're already immersed in the creepiness. The creepiness is already there. So you're not surprised by the creepiness, but it's just like extra creepy because they added a layer of creepy on top of it. So that really works for me. There's also like there's the part where she's like where Lily Taylor's looking in the mirror and her reflection is slightly off. That is creepier than her reflection just doing its own thing or like being its own, like doing whatever. The fact that it's just a little bit off is so creepy to me. Yeah, that really does it for me. So anyway, so those things I wanted to touch on about what you were saying. As far as the nostalgia or whatever, yeah, I really loved this movie when I was in high school. I still very much enjoy it. It's, for me, not that I'm kind of where you are. Like it's mid range. Like it's not a terrible movie. I don't think it should be. It's not one of the worst movies of 1999, I think, but it's also like not. It shouldn't be heralded as this classic. It's one of those things like we were talking about with The Raven, Dylan, where like if you flip onto it on a Sunday afternoon, you just watch it and enjoy the hell out of it. Like that's how I feel about this movie. It's the same thing. I just enjoy it. So anyway, Dylan, I would like to hear your thoughts on this.
I think this movie. I'm kidding. No, I was gonna make a joke and say like I think it's it's amazing, guys. No, I'm not gonna shit on it. I'm not gonna shit on it. I'm gonna take like a soft dump, and I'm not even gonna soft dump it. I'm gonna like like a deer.
That's
like
still a
little
shit,
little pellets. Okay, yeah, but I'm okay. I'll piss on it then. I'll Big Daddy it. I'll like this is the brick wall to which I'm peeing. No, I think for me. It's kind of like Big Daddy where I almost wish there were more outlandish moments for where I could be like, okay, that makes sense that it was a Razzie nominee. I was expecting it to be more outlandish. The problem is it almost feels a little too tame for a while to when it does go extravagant. I almost wish it had all been practical or all been CG because I think the problem is I agree. Once you get there, the creepy atmosphere is built from the start because of the really good production design. I think that's the thing. That's the problem with this movie is the production design is so good that when the editing is so obviously, or the CGI is so obviously fake, it really contradicts it in a displeasing way. The thing is, I like the practicalness of it so much. I love the actors, and I think this is the kind of thing myself and my mom were both feeling during it, is that Jan de Bont, big fan of Speed, big fan of Twister. I love his work, love his cinematography. the cast, Liam Neeson, great actor. Catherine Zeta-Jones hasn't won the Oscar yet, but still amazing. Like there's these actors that, and again, Owen Wilson's still someone who's still freshly, pretty new at this point, but still someone I really like now. And I didn't for a while, but I he really won me over, especially with Loki. But like, that's the thing is like, I really was hoping with the cast and with the caliber that it would just be better. And I think that's the thing is it's not revolutionary. It's not amazing. And we've seen amazing films and TV come from the source material. So I think that's also what's frustrating for me is that it doesn't blow me away in that respect, but it also isn't silly enough for me to embrace it as a Framework movie to where I'm kind of on the line of, it's just bad for me, where it's like, I just don't find it enjoyable because it's not great, and I don't find it enjoyable because it's bad. I just find it kind of meh because it's not great. And even the difference between this and Blair Witch, because I think that's a great apt comparison because they are both horror movies, at least for that film, I don't vibe with it. I don't really enjoy it, but I can at least see the merit in it, and I can really acknowledge what it did for cinema and what's so special about it. Here, it's more just like, I watched it and that was that. Like, I really didn't find a big response one way or the other. But even in Big Daddy's case, like, I didn't really find myself gravitating one way or the other, but I still was like, that was sweet. It was a good time. Whereas here, I feel like I was checking my watch more than I was with any of the 5 films for this one, because for me, the action just took so long to really ramp up. And it is a lot of setting the scene and setting the dynamics, but they really don't all kind of come together with Liam Neeson to discuss why they're all there and the inciting premise until like 30 minutes in. Like the whole first half hour is purely exposition. And then once we get there, for me, it takes another almost hour to get to like the real big moments where it kind of goes all out and does kind of teeter towards the frame wreckiness of all the CGI and, Owen Wilson's getting his head ripped off and like the stuff that I wish it was kind of more consistently hitting, the highs of the intensity and the schlock of it, because the effects aren't great. And I think if the effects were great, it might have been a little bit better for me, but I think because the effects are bad, I kind of wanted it to lean into the badness a little bit more in the camp, but it never really gets there either. For me, this was just kind of a middle of the road. But again, I don't think it's necessarily offensive. Like, I think the 5 films we're talking about today, there's only one that I think could really fit that Framework banner, and I don't even think it's this one, where like I just think for me this is just one I didn't really enjoy much, and I don't think there's really a passion one way or the other for or against it. But I do see why, Matt, you enjoy it, and why, Chad, you enjoy it. And like that's the thing is like also you're much bigger horror fans than I am, so like I also think that also aids into it, because like you're really finding the love and the merit of those like moments, like you said, with the reflection and stuff, where I'm just kind of like, all right, where are we going? Like I'm waiting for it to keep going, and it is more of a slow build when I was just waiting for, I guess, a bigger, faster build. I don't know. Maybe it could also be expectation and me being like, wow, like this is, a remake of a great film. This is, a precursor to a series that is really well renowned. And I haven't seen those series and films, so I couldn't really compare. And maybe if I saw those, I'd like this more or less, because it's more faithful or because it's not as good. I don't know. So yeah, I really don't have anything too negative to say about it, except that I just thought it was a little boring and just never really got into it. And then I think that's just my own personal where I was that day. It was a long Mother's Day, and we're like, yeah, we got to watch this movie. So I'll watch it with my mom. And then we were both kind of just waiting for it to either get really silly to where we could be like, oh yeah, this is a bad movie, but we love it. Or like, wow, this is awesome. And I just wasn't there either way. So, but I still agree, like 40 range sounds right for me. Yeah.
I will say that both of the original and the series are both technically better films. This is a closer adaptation.
True. Yeah. So, and that could also improve my viewing if I were to read the book and see those close comparisons. Who knows?
I will say that like I get what you're saying. I think that being disappointed that because you expected it to be worse is a product of you watching it for the show more than the movie's fault. There's a thing about the mid-range aspect of it where it's like it's not super artistic and just like profound, and it's not schlocky. Like it's this middle of the road thing that Chad said correctly is they don't make anymore. Like there's either horror movies are so standard, run of the mill reproductions of the same type of thing, or they are art pieces that divide the country. Like it's you don't really get this just
movie that happens to be in
Right.
the horror genre.
Yeah, you don't get what the kids call mid horror movies necessarily. They're
Yeah.
usually polarizing, or they're big crowd pleasers, like you said, and like
Yeah, exactly.
franchise films even. And I think a lot of it is due to the effects, and I think that is the main talking point of the frame wreckiness and razziness of it. But even then, like, it makes me wonder. At the time, though, these were the best effects in the biz. Like, so the effects is not what got this the worst picture nomination. If we're looking at it nowadays, people would probably say, "Oh, well, those effects are awful, worst picture." But
Right.
at the time, what made this a worst picture? And I really don't necessarily know. Maybe
I
it's
would
because
say
of the adaptation, because there was a really good film that people were like, "This is a terrible remake of that film." Maybe I really don't know.
I doubt that the Razzies cared about the original at all. I think that I mean I would say that the dialogue is not very good in this movie, so I would say that that's possibly part of it. But outside of that, I think it's just that it's a mid-range movie in a year full of just bangers. Like I think that's
was The
part of the
Mummy
problem.
this year? I think so,
Yes,
right? Yeah.
1999.
There you go. Yeah, so there could also be that comparison of like big budget sci-fi genre picture, or just genre picture in general, that succeeded better. I don't know. But then we're about to talk about one next too, which was very high profile. Like,
but even The Mummy is like one that there's a lot of people today who grew up with that movie who will be like, this is an underrated movie. This is one of the best action movies of like that, action horror of like that time, and I just love this movie so much. But it's like mid-range when it's like actually like rated by people a lot of the time.
Right. Well, I famously, when I watched The Mummy, I was like, it was all right. Like that's the thing. But if you are of the time, like loving that style and that genre, like maybe that is one of your favorite. I know Stacy watching this, it's one of her favorite movies. And that's the thing is like, I really do think it could just depend on what it's all about expectation that you set for yourself in context. And I think that's the thing with Blair Witch and this, whereas I feel like the Blair Witch context is more interesting than the film, whereas here I'm just, I don't know what it was for me, but
so I think like one thing about this movie is I think because I had that expectation, like you said, of this is supposed to be a really bad movie, like 16% bad movie. Everyone thinks so, pretty much. I went into it thinking it was going to be that, and I was like pleasantly surprised by liking a lot of it because I think because I like a lot of the actors in it, I was giving it that charity of like maybe this could win me over actually. And then I could totally see like from like a screenplay like script standpoint, like story, where maybe they didn't make all the right decisions, maybe like some things aren't really like fleshed out, like the whole like Lily Taylor's whole arc, maybe that could have been written better. Certainly acted pretty well. I love her in the movie. But maybe it could have been written a little bit better. I think maybe that would have made it a lot more well received had it been. But like, I think myself and maybe Matt too could like watch this movie and like see the bones of a really good movie and see like if this could have just been like sharper, like with its writing and maybe pacing. Like Dylan said, it was kind of boring. Maybe had the pacing been a little bit better. A re-edit of The Haunting. Maybe it's a really good movie.
Yeah. I agree. The pacing isn't a bother for me. I'm never really bored with this movie, but there are certain things that like I pick up on that keep me entertained, like the weird little creep things. Also, and I have this written down exactly like this. Dear Lord, the sexual tension between Catherine Zeta-Jones and Lily Taylor. That's
very gay film. Well, and I'll tell you, the Razzies agreed because they maybe not agreed that it's good sexual tension, but agreed there was sexual tension because they did get nominated for Screen Couple. So the Razzies were picking up on the sexual tension there.
That sexual, it was very, very good. Like you could feel it, and that helped improve the movie a lot for me.
This is the one Razzie nomination where I'm truly perplexed because I do think Catherine Zeta-Jones really does jolt a lot of energy into everything she's in, and I think whenever she's on screen, the movie is better. And that's the same with Chicago. That's the same with a lot of her work. It's just like she just immediately like it's like shocking electricity into a film, which I appreciate about her. She's a firecracker in that way. She brings that energy and that electricity.
She also was in the Entrapment this same year.
Yes, which I believe she was joint nominated for. So like they nominated her for this and that. Like it was like
Yeah.
a collective nomination.
And it's largely the same type of, and that's kind of the energy she brought to a movie back then, which you really appreciated from her, is that like there was just this, there was this this charisma, the Riz, as the kids will say today.
But some
She
would
brought
say
the
maybe
Riz.
she dominated too much, where she was taking attention away, and that might be where she gets the nomination. Is that they're just like, all right, like chill, like
Maybe you kind of needed that opposite Lily Taylor, who
I
is
agree. Who's
who is
a little
who
very
is devoid of. I mean, she's got Riz, but her character is almost devoid of Riz. And Catherine Zone has it all, and Owen Wilson is there just kind of for the funny thing, and to kind of be the person who's there in certain situations. I'm with Chad. I like Owen Wilson in it, but I always identify with the funny guy. Like that's always going to be me. So it's.
Well, I can't wait to hear your Jar Jar defense then in the next film, but because he is a funny guy. No, but I agree. Like I honestly think Lily Taylor for me is not one of my favorite aspects, because like you said, she is very reserved, to where it almost, because I felt the pacing to be a little sleepy. And I guess it's a film all about sleep paralysis or whatever, but like I do think, is that what it's called, sleep paralysis or sleep
insomnia?
Insomnia, yeah. What's sleep paralysis? I don't know.
That's when you are
sleepwalking.
Your mind is like supposedly like fully aware, but your body cannot move. And it's it's happened to me before, and it's one of the scariest things that you can experience.
So not that, but insomnia. Yeah, but like it deals with that, to where I feel like, I don't know, Liam Neeson feels sleepy in this. Like it's a very sleepy vibe that this film gives off, and maybe it's just the structure of, because like haunted house films, a lot of them, if they are set in like bigger mansions, it does give off that kind of more like brooding, sleepy vibe sometimes, that like, maybe a tighter like haunted like Cabin in the Woods doesn't, because it's like, not that movie Cabin in the Woods, but that's an example. But like Cabin in the Woods, it's a very confined space, so there's a lot of like sizzling energy, whereas this is like big wide open space. I don't like Crimson Peak, and I think it's for a similar reason. It's just a lot of like dwelling and just set decoration, and it's a lot of just empty space, both narratively and physically. So I don't know.
I like Crimson Peak, but for a lot of the reasons I like this movie. So
I think that might be an apt comparison. Yeah.
Oh my god! Because I was sitting there, I was gonna say, if you wanted like a modern like take on The Haunting, Crimson Peak,
and I don't like either. So maybe that's
holy shit.
So maybe that is a very apt comparison. Maybe
I love Crimson Peak too. So
so there you go. I don't know. Any last thoughts on The Haunting before we get into?
I will say this, that I don't have this as my train wreck moment for the thing, but I do have it written in my cons, and it's not really a con because I really, really like it. And that is, it says, haha. At first, it seems like the painting of Crane is just really creepy. But then you see the picture of his face, and it looks exactly the same. When I saw that, I was like, oh my God. Because they like make up his face to look like the painting rather than have him be a person and then exaggerate the painting. The painting's not exaggerated. His face looks exactly the same. And it's unworldly. It's so weird. And I love it. But that's the closest for me that this movie gets to like being like the frame wreck thing, is that like they made that decision to, instead of exaggerating the painting, they exaggerated his face.
There you go.
I love it.
Love it. Any last thoughts, Chad?
I don't know. I really like it. I could see myself watching it again, which is a compliment for any movie.
Yeah.
Just to see if like I like it more or less, because I was kind of like mid on it, and I think people should give it a more chance if you're interested in like these actors.
And I decided just now on the spot, in October, I'm gonna devote however many days the series is, but I'm gonna watch an episode a day for my 31 days of Halloween of Haunting of Hill House, because I think I've finally gotten to the point where I shouldn't be scared of it, and watching this gives me a little context. So,
and a note for that show when you're watching through it, because there's gonna be at least one episode that you fall in love with because of like how he made it and cinematography.
It's one of the best episodes of TV I've ever seen.
Agree. It's like tracking shots and stuff like that. How he accomplished it, I don't know how, but like when you're watching through that show, just keep in mind, pay attention to the edges and the corners, and there's always like faces and ghosts.
Yep,
Just
I'll be paying attention to the edges and corners of my fingers when I'm going like this. So The Haunting, nominated for 5 Razzies, doesn't win a single one. So this is considered by the Razzies as the best of the 5 because it doesn't win anything. So I don't know if that's a consolation or not. It's nominated for Worst Picture, but Worst Director for Jan de Bont, Worst Actress for Catherine Zeta-Jones, Worst Screen Couple for Catherine Zeta-Jones and Lily Taylor, and Worst Screenplay. But let us now go from a mansion to a galaxy far, far away. Let us talk, Chad, about Star Wars, nothing but Star Wars. Let's talk about Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, the first Star Wars film ever created. Chad, tell us about it.
you're probably not going to be able to just like zoom into the right after you mentioned
Nah,
Star Wars.
copyright, but
You know,
imagine we did it.
just imagine we did that and how awesome it was.
Yes.
And I should have pulled this up, and that's why I'm like trying to vamp about.
If they ever, hey, listen, if they ever bar Wars, please let these Star Wars stay. That's the
Star
rest of the
Wars.
song.
Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, directed by George Lucas, music by, of course, John Williams, starring Liam Neeson, Ewan McGregor, Natalie Portman, Jake Lloyd, Ian McDermott, Anthony Daniels, Kenny Baker, Pernilla August, and Frank Oz. Story. What there is to it.
Well, I think this is a big talking point that we have to discuss this. What is the story of the Phantom Menace,
It's
Chad?
about trade routes, and there's a lot of things happening around a little boy who's founded, and supposedly he could be a great force in the galaxy.
Yeah, because a man kidnaps him and steals his blood samples and decides that he's going to be more powerful than the little green hobbit who's annoying everyone. Sorry, I'll just say right now, I love Star Wars undeniably. Like I'm a defender of all 9. Like I say all 9 because I'm talking about the Skywalker saga. Like I don't love Solo, don't love Rogue One. Those are separate for me. But it's like one of those things where the 9 canonical films I will always defend to some degrees. But I will say I watch those generally with a very critic-free brain because of the nostalgia of it, because of the immersion of the world, where I really have never looked at these films with a critical eye until now. The only other time I did was Star Wars when we did it for Picture This, because I was looking at it in a critical lens. Whereas even for our ranking, Chad, I didn't rewatch the films for that one because I was like, all right, I know how I feel about all these movies. And I feel like even The Rise of Skywalker, which is kind of, aside from this one, known as like the worst of the 9, it's kind of one of those things where I'm still going based on those first few viewings. I haven't really revisited it much with the criticisms in mind. So this was the first time I ever watched this film, at least. I mean, like, obviously, I'm blowing Chad's mind, I guess. But like, this was like the last time I watched this with my friends, it was, to introduce one of our friends who had never seen them. We watched all of them. And even then it was more so like watching them enjoy the revelations of the plot and like, oh, R2 and C-3PO meeting for the first time. Like all these little moments that are fun to watch, because we did watch 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 order. 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9 order. So we started with the OGs, but this was the first time I actually like looked hard at it and said, okay, what works, what doesn't? Because it is very easy to say, and you remember this from our ranking, Chad. This is my least favorite of the 9. So I also think that there's something interesting to come with that. Like, why is this the least favorite of mine of the 9? And what do I think works and what do I think doesn't? And what do I think works that other people think doesn't? And that's an important thing too, in why I do come to its defense, but also kind of allowing myself to be like, okay, that doesn't work. And I can finally admit it to myself because they're not all 5-star films. As much as I want to say they are, they're not. But this is still a 4-star film because I love it so much, because I love this franchise and I love these characters and I love this world building. But I also can acknowledge what doesn't work. But I want to let you guys talk before I get into all the nooks and crannies because there's so much with this film to talk about. This could be its own episode, but we are doing it as part of a series, so I will keep it brief. But Matt, what do you think of Phantom Menace?
I turned 15 in 1999.
Wow, this was a big one.
This was the first new Star Wars movie I'd ever seen in theater.
Right, because they had re-released the special editions by now, right?
They had released special editions, but this is the first new Star Wars film. Seeing it for the first time, was seeing it in the theater, and I loved it when I was 15. I loved it. I came out and I was like, "This is the greatest experience I've ever had in a movie theater."
Right.
I was so happy.
it obviously has soured on me in later years. Like I've matured in my taste, but I do still have a love for it. As far as where it ranks on Star Wars for me, it is my second least favorite because Rise of Skywalker is the least. As far as the Skywalker saga goes, it's my least favorite is Clone Wars, the animated movie.
I have
It's
not even
just
seen
the
that one.
most boring to me.
Gotcha.
I cannot stand that movie. But I like the series. I just don't like that movie.
Right.
This is my second least favorite. I'm actually a big fan of Episode 2, and most people consider that the worst movie. I have watched that with a critical eye, and I don't get why people hate that movie. I
The
think
love
it's really
story.
good.
Mwah.
Yeah, it's just a good movie. People talk about sand and stuff like that. Listen, okay, this is going to be true for this movie, so we're going to talk about it. But also consider that I also use this defense for Episode 2. Bad acting and shoddy dialogue are staples for the Star Wars franchise. There's not one movie in this franchise that doesn't have bad acting and bad dialogue.
Yeah, I think the thing is dialogue and plotting have to be taken separately because the writing of Star Wars varies because of the plotting, but the dialogue I think is always consistent. And I think you just really hit the nail on the head there of a pro for this, or at least something that should not be a con, if that makes sense. Like if it's a con for you in this one, it should be a con for all of them.
Exactly. That's my point. Is like if you're not going to hold every Star Wars movie to this standard, then stop talking about the bad acting and the shoddy dialogue because they are just staples. At this point, they are features of this series.
Mm-hmm.
So we could just toss them to the side.
Mm-hmm.
So I've always loved this movie. I love rewatching it. There are certain things about it that I will always love. I cannot explain to you the feeling in the movie theater of seeing Darth Maul for the first time, seeing that second blade come out for the first time, hearing what's that?
Duel of the Fates.
Duel of the Fates.
Yeah.
Duel of the Fates. Hearing that while that whole thing is going on. Oh, I never it was one of the greatest experiences. I've had better experiences in the theater since, but I don't think I've had one that I remember as fondly as that one. And it was incredible. So there we are.
Chad, opening thoughts.
Yeah. So like my whole Star Wars thing is I hadn't really tried to watch Star Wars like throughout and try to actually jump and dive into the world until The Force Awakens came out.
Mm.
I didn't have the Phantom Menace, like seeing it, loving it, and then hearing like other people going, "This is."
Did you see it or no? You didn't see it in theaters.
No.
Okay.
Nope. The first one I saw in theaters was Force Awakens.
Oh.
And everything else. It wasn't even until like Revenge of the Sith came out that I started like actually kind of
conscious of it. Yeah.
Paying attention a little bit. And then when Force Awakens came out was the time that I went, I kind of want to get into this and actually really love this.
So did you see Force Awakens first and then go back, or you watched the 6 of them in prep for Force Awakens? Do you remember?
Well, yes, I had seen everything before Force Awakens. I think because I knew Force Awakens was coming out, I was excited.
Okay. Gotcha.
But then I really wanted to get into it because of Force Awakens. And that's kind of like my trilogy, even though I also hate Rise of Skywalker. So go into the prequels. Like, I went into the prequels knowing that a lot of people dislike them. And I'm a big defender of the third one. I think Revenge of the Sith is a legit dope movie, really great movie with some issues to it, of course, that are issues throughout the entire like prequels. This one, I like moments in The Phantom Menace more than I like the movie as a whole. I think it doesn't really work as a whole because you got like too much stuff just going on. And I think that's a problem with kind of the whole trilogy. It's just that they're trying to cram too much world building and a story we kind of already seen before. Like you saw like the Luke thing, and now they're doing the same thing with his, dad and stuff, which is fine. But I think it gets, and then also the movie kind of makes me hate Yoda.
Yes.
I think Yoda.
We'll talk about that because the Jedi Order in this thing, it makes it hard. If this is your first film, and if you do watch subsequently 1, 2, 3, 4, like this is the first one you ever see, I don't know how many people would walk away from this being like, the Jedi are awesome, aside from the laser swords. Obviously, they look cool fighting, but the Jedi Order in this thing, and not just Yoda, but Mace Windu, and even Qui-Gon to a degree. Qui-Gon's a jerk to Obi-Wan. Like, that's the thing is, like, the Jedi Order, it's hard to see them as heroic when you have a lot of moments. Like, Yoda is just hating on a kid for no reason. Like, I mean, obviously there's reason, and the reason is that he grows up to be Darth Vader. But if you don't know that, it's like it feels very unnecessary and out of pocket,
To me, Yoda is the villain of the movie because Yoda's basically like he comes out and he's like he's a jerk to the little kid, dude. He's like, "What are you afraid you're never gonna see your mom before?" That's dark side, has dark side written all over it.
Yeah.
I'm like, where the you piece of shit.
Yeah, Yoda's a little cunt on this one, yeah.
Little kid before as like a dad, I'm like, you don't talk to a little kid like that. Yeah. And it's just weird because like you said, he's like little Darth Vader and all that. It's almost like if they had like little Hitler and he came out and it's like, why are you being an asshole to little Hitler? And then it's like, he's Hitler.
Right.
Anyways, so I get it.
No, but I agree. Like with the context, it makes a lot more sense. But also, I think the problem with this, and we'll get into the performance of Jake Lloyd, but it's like he is not, and I guess this is also with the writing, but he is not written with that dark edge. They give him a few moments where he gets a little like snippy and sassy, but he's a good kid through and through here. Yeah, there's no signs of the darkness. We really don't see that till Revenge of the Sith, but we get a little bit in Attack of the Clones. I think the reason Attack of the Clones works is because he acknowledges that what he should be doing goes against the Jedi Order. He's rebellious, but not bad. And then the third one's where we start to see the badness creep in. But the first one, like, he's through and through just a good kid. There's no evil bone in his body, at least from the text. Like there is, because we know of him to be bad, evil eventually. But it's like, yeah, I agree. Like without the context, it just feels unnecessary. And I think they're trying to set it up for like, no, this is going to be Darth Vader. And I think that's the problem this film always had, is that this eventually needs to lead to Darth Vader. And are we going to tell that story? Are we going to tell a story about politics? Are we going to talk about the Jedi Order? Or are we going to make a Padme story? Because George Lucas has even said it's Padme's story told through the lens of the Jedi, of Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. Like, this is Padme Amidala's story, according to George Lucas, which makes it another whole thing. Like, whose story are we following? And I think that's the biggest thing with Phantom Menace that you hit on, is that it's a lot of stuff crammed into one, where it doesn't feel like it has one cohesive, through line that other films very clearly have. Attack of the Clones is very much about the romance. Revenge of the Sith is the turn to evil. Like every film has its thing. Whereas this one, it doesn't feel like it has a thing. And the titular Phantom Menace is someone who is the, 6th or 7th build character? So it's difficult.
Yeah, like you said, it's interesting that you're saying that it, like from George's perspective, it's Padme's story, because like her thing is like one of the big moments that I actually really love. I love the reveal that she was the queen the whole time. Right. I love that whole thing where she talks to the not Gorgons, what are they called? Gungans. They and then she's respectful to them, and they're like, oh, someone's actually respecting us. All that stuff. I love that stuff. I think that stuff is great. Awesome. And then I love the Darth Maul fight. I think is incredible. When I'm watching that, I'm like, holy shit! Like, this is a fantastic. Like, I envy Matt seeing that like the first time when he's 15, and like, this is the most badass thing I've ever seen. I kind of wish I had that moment with it. Yeah. And then you have that, which is the most badass thing you've ever seen in the same movie. We've mentioned it with Jar Jar Binks, who I can't stand. And I am just like, ugh. And you know what? I know the like redemptive thing that happened with Jar Jar Binks, where they're like, guys, he's the drunken master. He is the, and they abandoned that. Like, if they would have actually had that be a thing, that would have totally made Jar Jar Binks seem cool. Instead, he's one of the most annoying characters in like cinema history, I think. And for that, it really bugs me, and just kind of, that's another big con. Like, if I'm Matt doing the pros and cons, that's another big con. Whereas I love the pod race, I love the fight at the end, I love the Padme stuff, and then the other stuff around it. Like, I have a hard time actually getting into this movie. When I actually get on the planet, I know the pod race stuff is coming up. I get like kind of excited. But to get into it, like at the start, I'm just like, I don't want to go through all this stuff. I almost want to skip over all of the stuff about trades and whatnot.
So what I think we all can agree on, depending on varying levels of enjoyment, which is interesting because Matt went from a point of I saw the original trilogy and there's no idea what the public reception of it is when you're seeing it, versus Chad, who knew this movie was considered bad when he saw it for the first time, versus me, who saw it for the first time having seen very little Star Wars. Because my first film in theaters of this franchise was Revenge of the Sith, so I saw that, loved it, watched the other two prequels, and then watched the originals. That was my order, but I was still a kid when I watched it, so the order is a little fuzzy, but the Jedi Order. But I think it's very interesting that we all agree the action set pieces are the best parts of this movie in terms of like the pod race and then the third act. Because the third act, I think, altogether is seamless. Like the third act, balancing all those different the way the edit goes back and forth between all these different things, from Annie in the sky, showing that he actually does have this powerful force because he's able to pilot the ship on his own in the sky. It's a big hero moment for him. You have Padme, kind of sneaking around the palace. You've got the Obi-Wan Qui-Gon fight with the big epic death, with Obi-Wan finally doing something in the movie for once and actually taking down Darth Maul. And then you also have the Gungans, showing that they're there too. They can fight too. But I think it's very interesting that we all have very different perspectives, but we can all agree at least the action set pieces are great. But Matt, I'll let you chime in because I'm sure you have thoughts on Jar Jar and just everything in general.
Just everything in general. Well, I can be quick on Jar Jar. I really liked Jar Jar the first time I saw the movie. It's definitely something the detractors are right about. He is annoying. I don't like him basically at all anymore.
Breaking my heart. Breaking my heart, okay. Anakin. I'm kidding. I agree.
Let me rephrase. It's not that I don't like him at all. It is the glaring thing where I'm like, that's the thing that I disagreed with at first, but now I'm definitely on board with. Like,
I can definitely see why others don't like it, and I think the problem is and we'll talk about the racism in a sec of a lot of characters in this
That's
film.
The next con after the
Jar Jar. But I do think it's one of those things where I find him funny. Like I love when she's like, "Oh, don't put your hand in the whatever it's called because it'll go numb for a few hours." He's like, "Okay," and then he gets his tongue like I love that shit. Like I know, Chad. I'm sorry, but
that stuff does not work for me. Okay, it doesn't work for Chad. But what does work is what Chad's saying about the drunken master thing. That scene where he gets the droid stuck to his foot and he's like killing all these droids with the droid stuck on his foot. That's brilliant.
I want to throw out there. I'm not trying to like yuck your yum. Like I think that's
no.
great.
I know. I'm the only one yumming. Everyone else is yuck, so it's not. Good. I'm alone.
There's been other things where Dylan has like been like, I don't find this thing funny, and then I'm like,
yeah.
So I get it.
No, but I do think it's one of those things where I find him endearing. I don't necessarily even find him funny, but I think for this movie, because I think I do agree with Chad in the fact that it does feel like a lot of it is just exposition, kind of mulling time. It feels like it needs to get to the next thing. Jar Jar at least adds that levity, whether you like it or not, to at least give a fresh new something in it, where it's like, if we're talking about trade and we're talking about politics and I'm I'm Liam Neeson and I'm talking in the same tone of voice this whole time, and then you get a little comment from me. Like, it's one of those things where I think like it's that added like jolt. It's kind of like the Catherine Zeta-Jones thing. I can't believe I'm comparing the two, but it's the jolt of energy that I think is appreciated more so than the actual material.
Let's
talk about Matt, go ahead.
Say this about because I also have a few other things to add after this, but
of course.
I will say this about Jar Jar. The fact that Ahmed Best is not one of the top voiceover actors in the world right now sucks. I hate the what he had to go through after being Jar Jar because people are stupid and mean. I hate that he had to go through all this rejection just based on the fact that he was Jar Jar. Dude should be a household name because he's great. He played that character exactly the way he was supposed to. The character sucks not because of him.
Right. He did a good job with bad material. Yeah,
exactly. So I wish Ahmed Best was more recognizable. That's why I'm glad he got to play a different.
And I think people in general have kind of. I think this is also what we see with Hayden Christensen too. They've kind of taken him under their wing and been like, we still love you, even though what you were doing in the movies wasn't exactly what we liked and wanted. It's still like, we appreciate you, Ahmed Best, because you're not what we are hating on. We're hating on the character. And I think the problem is, and I think this is the problem with toxic fandoms in general, is that they like to cling on, good choice of words there. But they like to cling on to things that they're so protective over that if it's not what they like, they start attacking people who are not responsible for it. Like Jake Lloyd is not responsible for his performance here. If anything, his parents are, because his parents are definitely giving him line readings, because they sound like line readings that your parents would tell you, hey, why don't you say that like this? And then you do it on set like that. Like Jake Lloyd's parents gave a bad performance in this film, not him. Like, I think that's the thing. And that's, you see with a lot of child actors. It's like, well, okay, this is how I should say the line because this is how I'm told to say the line. And that's why great directors will never give line readings, because that is not their job. They are not the actors. They can give you a certain emotion they want you to play, but they should not tell you how to read the line, because that is your choice as an actor to make that choice. Anyway, Matt, continue. I do think Jake Lloyd and Ahmed Best should be, or Ahmed Best, I don't know how to pronounce it, but should be forgiven for what they what they do, because it's not necessarily their fault.
I agree. Yeah.
As far as the Jedi Order, you guys were talking about that before. I will say that the Clone Wars series and Rebels, but really to Clone Wars for this specific for the Jedi Order, really fixes a lot of the problems that these movies bring up, because the Jedi Order is supposed to be making bad decisions. The fact that they become a group of soldiers rather than peacekeepers is a bad thing. They should never have done that. And that's part of the story that you don't really get from the movies, but you get from the Clone Wars and stuff like that. So and books and stuff like that. So there is that aspect of it. As far as when we meet them in this movie, they're basically at their snootiest. And I think it works, but they don't really explain that well enough. Because like you look at like Yoda, because he's basically negging baby Hitler, but what he is saying is meant for someone who understands what he's talking about, not for this kid who's never experienced anything like that before. What Yoda is saying makes sense to him because he knows the path to the dark side. He knows how the dark side happens. He knows that forming attachments is a problem. He is too myopic to recognize that it's not forming attachments. It's the fear of losing the attachments, which is the problem. And that's really a problem with the Jedi Order. Is pretty myopic in that way, but he recognizes that the fear leads to, whatever all that stuff is. He recognizes what that is. So that does make sense. And I think there is an inkling of when he's mad at Yoda, you see who Anakin is going to become, which I think is a really brilliant moment. It's very small, but like he gets angry with Yoda when he's talking to him, and you could feel a little bit of darkness in it, and I dig that part. As far as the way the Jedi Order acts, you said even Qui-Gon is shitty to Obi-Wan and stuff like that. The Jedi Order is based on the samurai caste system, so by its nature, some people are better than others,
master
by the law of that thing. There isn't a dispute there. Some people are better than others. I will say that that part of that caste system and the way that operates, and they could have nurtured Anakin into not turning into Darth Vader, but they choose to reject him at basically every turn. You get that in. They don't allow him to they don't grant him the rank of master. They, basically every time they do something, it's almost like they are hard-headed about it. Like they could do something about it.
They make him the monster more.
Right, exactly.
Palpatine does. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
But I think that's much more successful.
Kind of the way
and I think those themes are much more successfully carried out in Clones and in Revenge of the Sith,
Yes.
or in Clone Wars and in Attack of the Clones and in Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's the problem, is that this film is setting so much groundwork for so many different things that the Anakin thing is only such a small portion of it. A small quarter portion, to quote Force Awakens Unkar plot. But yeah, it's one of those things that I really do think if they had just picked one lane and stuck with it, it would have been much more successful. But it's still one of those things where, because it's all coming from George Lucas's singular mind, and this is something that I think is a pro and a con for the film. The con is you could have had more collaborators to help kind of iron out the flaws, but the pro is that when you get someone, and this is what I love about the Lord of the Rings films and the Hobbit films, is that when you get someone who has a singular vision, there's a cohesion and there's almost something really impressive about what much he world builds, even beyond the film itself. The fact that he basically took a pay cut and said, I'm fine getting paid half of what you would normally pay for me as long as you give me the rights to all the merchandising, because he knew he's such a good businessman. George Lucas is probably the best businessman I could think of to ever walk the film planet. He literally knew how much of a success he had on his hands, to where like moments like the Darth Maul lightsaber thing, that was a big shocking moment, but it had been spoiled in merchandising, but no one cared because they were so invested in this world that like the fact that he had another blade had been spoiled by toys, but they didn't care because George Lucas said, I don't care. I'm still going to make a shit ton of money no matter what. And people are still going to lose their minds because it's such an awesome moment. The Padme stuff, people knew that she was the queen. Like there was no hiding that. And especially nowadays when you know who Keira Knightley is, the fact that she's a high profile actress, it even makes it harder to believe that whole like facade. But again, it works because you're so invested in the world building and you're invested in the world he's laid out, to where, yes, even if the plot sometimes lulls on you and finds you in these kind of periods of boredom, there's something like a pod race or some sort of really brilliant idea that just pulls you back. Even Darth Maul's design is something that's so intriguing. Like I love the way Ray Park plays it. I think he's agile. I love the agility he brings to it. Like I really do think there's always something good around the corner. We'll talk about the racism because that is a big part of it, but I want Chad to talk first. Chad, what were you going to say?
Yeah, I was just going to say basically, because I was going to piggyback off of you talking about like the idea, like George Lucas's like single story in his like brain that he wanted to come out. Because before I had ever seen the prequels, I had heard people talk about Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader, and then the whole story about Luke coming out of that, and then having to fight his father, and just like the brilliant drama from that. And it's almost like just thinking about the story of Anakin Skywalker being told to me was more interesting than watching it play out.
It's kind of the Blair Witch thing with me. Like I think the idea of the story is more interesting than the story itself.
Because of the execution of the Phantom Menace. Like I hear what you're saying totally about how they stop people from completely checking out is having a fun pod race and then a sword fight. But like I feel like it still doesn't do enough to where you're like, this is one of the best Star Wars that I've ever seen. That's why people still like make fun of it and stuff like that.
Right. But even at the time, as Matt said, like there are people, and I know Griffin Newman said this on his podcast too, like Griffin left the theater saying this is the best one yet. And I think Matt, you as well, because of the hype surrounding it. I think that's also what we've seen with Force Awakens. I think people should have thought because of Phantom Menace that they shouldn't get their hopes up, yet they still went into Force Awakens with the same optimism they did Phantom Menace. And look how that film's turned out too. It's more well received than Phantom Menace, but it's still a film that now people find much more flaws with because of how 8 and 9 turned out, to where it's one of those things where you still have that great memory and moment with 7 that like for me, I can't see a lot of the flaws because of that amazing theatrical moment. And I know, Matt, you've been able to see more of the flaws with time, but I think having that theatrical moment and the buildup and the anticipation, it's another one of those things where I'm like, why did this get a nomination? Because I feel like at the time people were still like losing their minds over it, even if they knew it wasn't as good with time. Maybe enough time had passed between it coming out and the Razzies to where they had finally gotten to the wavelength of maybe this isn't good. Because I remember I've seen video footage, like people losing their minds over this movie when it came out.
Let me just say, as someone who lived through this prequel trilogy happening in theaters in real time and going and seeing all of them multiple times. Yeah. The anticipation that we had for each next movie disproves this whole concept that we all hated these movies from the beginning.
Right.
We went into Attack of the Clones hella optimistic, so excited. We were going into it. People try to tell me, because I love Attack of the Clones so much. People try to tell me that no, we've always hated it, or people have always hated that movie. I completely disagree. We were super excited going to 3. I don't know why people would be so excited about going to episode 3 if they all hated that movie.
And it's back to my point about George Lucas being such a good businessman, that the marketing was so good because you could buy the toys months before the movie came out. So
Right.
you had been playing with the toys and you wanted to see what would they look like in combat. Oh, Anakin has a new gun in this one. Oh, I wonder what he's going to use in this. You know, like
Right.
that's the kind of thing you would get the toys and be like, oh, I can't wait to see them in the movie. And that's also with the trailers. Yoda with the lightsaber was why everyone wanted to see too, because they're like, oh my God, Yoda's fighting with a lightsaber in this one. They hadn't seen that for 3 films now that Yoda's been a part of. He was just walking around in Phantom Menace. So they're like, oh God, we got to see him fight with lightsaber. And 3, it's the shot of Darth Vader in the trailer that they're like, we need to see that. And I think that's the thing, is they keep you coming because they're giving you in the trailers and in the marketing and in the toys what you want from this franchise all along, which is why people had the hope of Rise of Skywalker after so many people hated Last Jedi. It's the same thing. Every film, we're lulled into the next one. And we all love Last Jedi. So that was not a comment about us, but we all love, even if we don't love the movies, we're lulled into the next one because of how they hype it up to us. Like, yeah.
But even what I'm saying is that even back then, I mean, the internet, I'm sure that there's archives somewhere and we could find them, but I have witnessed message boards of people arguing, trying to decide, not even arguing, discussing, trying to decide which is the best Star Wars movie, Empire Strikes Back or Attack of the Clones. It exists, that I've seen that happen. So
on a given day, I might say Attack of the Clones.
There is a narrative today that acts like we all hated these movies and they were always terrible, but that was not the case.
Right.
Going back to Natalie Portman, you were talking about how even though you knew who she was, you know, so I have that written down here. Natalie Portman is very good in this movie. Even if you know she's playing Queen Amidala, she plays the character so much differently than when she plays Padme that you believe that people wouldn't know they were the same person.
She also has, I think, the most fun role to play because of that dual personality. And I'll admit, the Queen Amidala accent is not good. And we can talk about the accents and the racism at large. I'll let Chad talk because I know he's a thought. But I think because she just has that playfulness of the role, I think it shows. And she's still, keep in mind, she was, 15, 16 when she filmed this? Like, she's excited probably to have this big break, having only come off of The Professional, and she had just done Anne Frank on Broadway. Like, she was coming off of like this real surgence of a career, and honestly this actually tanked her career to where she didn't get another big role until they gave her a 1-scene performance in Cold Mountain, and then she kind of resurfaced and got closer. And but really she was a lot of this film, for a lot of these cast members, tanked their careers. And we'll talk about the next film also in the slate, did that for a lot of those actors as well. So I'm glad you also love Natalie Portman's performance here, because I do really like it, as crazy as her accent is. Comiti. But hey, it is filmed in Italy, so a little Italian flair doesn't hurt it. Chad?
Yeah, well, first to touch on the whole Natalie Portman, Keira Knightley thing. It's funny because like I never used to notice it watching this movie, but like now, especially this time, because I was always I never remember. I was like, wait, when's the reveal that she's actually Queen Amidala?
And it kind of comes out of nowhere too. Like it feels like everything's going swimmingly. I mean, it's going fine, and then they're talking to Nass, and they're just talking, and it's sorry, that just happens. But like they're just talking to him, and then she just steps forward. She's like, "I'm Queen." I'm like, "What? No, it was going so well." Like, Padme, what are you doing?
And the thing about, I guess it was for them to like get on her side and stuff. But I also think Natalie Portman is fantastic in the movie, but it is funny because I'm like watching the movie, and then like you can see clearly Natalie Portman as Queen Amidala, and then all of a sudden at that scene you're like, not Natalie Portman, who the fuck is that? And it's Keira Knightley, and then you're like, wait, Natalie Portman standing right behind fake Natalie Portman. What is going on? So it's kind of like a Dylan Cole Sprouse moment a little bit, where you're like,
I think if you're also a Natalie Portman fan at the time, you're probably also like, wait, what's going on? Is she playing 2 roles? And I think there was a time where people thought they might be twins, because they still do look alike, but then I think more people caught on to it. But
And the other thing that I wanted to bring up was just the thought about, because it's a really interesting point that you brought up, saying that so many people, because I've also seen YouTube videos that were like, that was the best movie I've ever seen. Oh my God. And they're like dressed up in Star Wars stuff. And then you've had like the one person who would come out of the movie going like, that wasn't good. And then you're just like, one person understood like, this movie has a lot of flaws, even if you can love some of it. And then the Razzies nominated for Worst Picture, and it's like, what wavelength were they on? And then I'm almost like, and I don't want to like legitimize the Razzies or anything and say that they mostly have a point sometimes, but like, I'm almost like wondering, like, because you had like the wave of growing like online criticism and stuff that we're super into right now, and that's like our thing. But like then I think it was growing, and you have like the difference between like the general audiences who will go see the movie and they'll go, oh, did you see the Darth Maul thing? Oh, that was incredible, dude. And I feel like you have the same kind of thing with Rogue One, where they go, that was the best Darth Vader thing I've seen in a long time.
It's the third act thing. The third act is so good you forget about the first two.
And then you're just like, yeah, but the story and the characters weren't all that good though. When you like rewatch it too, and then some people like lie to themselves, like, no, it's awesome.
Yeah, and that's valid. If they think it's awesome, that's awesome too. It's
That's
also,
true. That's true.
That's the thing too, because I find people who think the first act is the strongest of this because it's merely setting stuff up and it doesn't fully commit to a direction yet. It's like, oh, is this a story about the Jedi's being on the run? Is this a story, the whole like Natalie Portman thing? It's like, oh, that's interesting. Like there are moments in the first act that I think are even interesting. It's just like when it all comes together, it doesn't work as efficiently. But again, this is the first time I watched it with a real critical lens where I still love it because it's almost like an unconditional thing where I still find so much enjoyment. Like I love Jar Jar, as annoying as he might be, I still love him. And I think the racism, we'll talk about it in a sec, but I know I keep brushing it off, but like it's racist, but it's also an attempt at making a world where it feels like you're just introducing different types of people and characters, and because it leans into the stereotypes, it's not okay, but it is still an attempt to try to diversify the galaxy and make it feel more diversified, but in that you also play into stereotypes. It's kind of like the elemental thing of like, yeah, you're making a point about all these elements existing separately, but you're also making stereotypes at the same time, like it's tough, but it's also an attempt at world building, which I appreciate. But we can get into racism in a sec.
And I was just going to add before the racism bit is that if you can have a lot of fun with these movies, like even if they aren't great somewhat, like if you watch it with like the right people or you watch it in like a certain mindset that you just want to have some dumb fun. Because like I watched it, you've met him, Dylan, my buddy Charles. I've watched it with him because he loves these movies, and there's like sometimes where he'd be like, the part in I think Attack of the Clones where he goes, "You want to buy some death sticks?" And we just like have fun with these stupid lines and just fun little moments. And I think that there's a charm to that. It's almost kind of like how I like to go and like defend Twilight a lot of the times, because there are these like fun moments that you can have that people will still love to shit on them, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and I think it's also the thing with FRAMEWRECK. It's like I don't think these movies are good because they're bad. I think they're just good if it speaks to you and if you're into that type of storytelling, and if you're willing to forgo the badness. But it's not good because of the badness, because I think it's good for its own merits. Like I think it's good because it has like an amazing third act, an amazing score, some great performances, great world building, great characters, all that. And it is just very, for me, engaging in the overall grand scheme of the Skywalker saga, because it does plant those seeds, maybe not as effectively. Maybe the seeds are a little cracked, but eventually will blossom into a really cool tree.
Yeah, the bad parts are actually annoying. They're not like funny and like, oh shit.
People don't love this movie because of
Jar Jar.
I love this movie in spite of Jar Jar, and I love Jar Jar because I love this movie. But I don't love this movie because
I love that.
Yeah.
Racism.
What's that?
Go ahead,
Matt. I was scratching my nose. But if you guys want to talk about some race issues,
I mean, Newt Gunray. I mean, a very early off the bat, very clearly a Chinese or Asian stereotype. The very clear space between words. Is it legal? You know, like it's not good. It's not good. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to go full fledged in
Right.
impression of
Well,
that.
yeah, the
Careful,
Trade
Dyl.
Federation, you know, kind of as like this, with the Asian accents, which
Mhm.
George Takei does play Newt Gunray. So, like, or
Was he?
does he? Hold
Oh
on,
shit.
he plays someone.
Oh shoot.
But it's definitely exaggerated. Like that was
Yeah.
they cast Asian actors for those roles.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, but what's
Um,
interesting is that the mouths though don't move with the pattern of speech. So what happens, and we
Right.
see this with a lot of characters in this film are different actors physically than they are vocally. Like I forget her name. The droid in the beginning is played by a man in a costume, but is voiced by oh my god, what's her name? Famous actor. She was the mother in About Time. I'll figure it out eventually. But you also get that with Darth Maul, where Ray Park is the physical performance, but oh my god, I'm forgetting his name too. Peter Serafinowicz is the voice actor. So it's kind of the original Darth Vader thing. If James Earl Jones is just the voice, like they like to do that. I think also because they like to get the talent from where they're pulling from, because a lot of it's filmed in Britain, so they're getting people like Terrence Stamp in this thing. They're getting a lot of great British actors, but then they're also filming stuff. Internationally European. So you're getting Shmi Skywalker, whose actress Pernilla August has only really been in Swedish films. She was a big Bergman actress. She was in a lot of Ingrid Bergman's films, and she's learning English for this film, and it shows. But there's something endearing about it. I always find her character super endearing, the way she cares about Anakin. But Lindsay Duncan, thank you, Chad. Lindsay Duncan is the voice of the droid in the beginning. Love Lindsay Duncan, she's great. But it is really interesting how he really finds talent from all over the place and having to try to meld them all together. Like Shmi Skywalker talking with his broken English because the actress can't speak it. And then you have like Newt Gunray and Watto is another great example, or not great example, another example of a stereotype. But again, Watto's still funny. Like I still find him funny, not because of the stereotype of it, but just because he's a sneaky little fuck, just because he's a little bastard. I find him funny, when he's like, when the dice rolls and he's like, I'll get you next time. But Qui-Gon rigs the dice roll so he can kidnap this child and steal his blood samples. Sorry, I keep bringing that up. Whoop, sorry, Qui-Gon innocent.
He didn't kidnap him. He won him fair and square as property.
Yes, won him fair and square in a dice roll he manipulated by the Force.
Also, the Gungans, their accents. I love Brian Blessed. He plays Boss.
Yeah.
They're doing obviously like an African
The
thing
Caribbean,
with them, Caribbean,
like, almost like Sebastian in Little Mermaid, yeah.
And it kind of it just kind of sucks. And that's just, I like that in future version, like Clone Wars and future movies, like they kind of fix it, like make the Trade Federation less offensive and stuff. So,
and Jar Jar doesn't even speak in the next two films,
Right.
And I think that's also a criticism of people just not liking the character. But honestly, there's a really sweet moment in this film where he talks to Padme, and it's just a very simple exchange that they could have easily cut out, but I think it's really meaningful because then when you see her funeral, he's one of the people. I think he's one of the people holding the casket, right? Like he's carrying the casket, or he's very close. Like he's ends up being her like number one advisor, and I think that relationship is something that's really sweet to see like blossom. Like it's really cool if you do have the whole franchise in mind, seeing these interactions like C-3PO and R2 for the first time interacting. It's a really awesome moment, even though it's a very throwaway moment. Like C-3PO doesn't even need to be in the film, but because you get that interaction, just makes it feel more special. Like seeing the shot of Palpatine, at the very end when it's like, well, maybe there is that the Sith Lord or is that the apprentice? We'll never know. And then it kind of has a shot on Ian McDiarmid's face. It's like one of those moments where like the little Easter eggs I think make the film, if you are a bigger fan of the franchise at large,
Yes, I agree. I think that with the whole franchise in mind, there's a lot of really cool
Easter eggs
moments in this movie, for sure. I'd like to talk about the very beginning of this movie. There are some really cool things that we've never seen happen before, and they do it immediately.
Right.
and some of them are things that we've heard about from like books and stuff, because there are plenty of Star Wars books that happened between, before this movie came out. Just things that we've heard about, but things that we'd never actually seen on screen that happened for the first time during this. And I'd like to just note them because they are staples.
Right.
Force pushing an opponent.
Yeah. Never
seen that before, and you see him do that. Deflecting blaster bolts with the lightsaber. He had done that in the other movies. Right. One thing I think is cool, they don't like. Okay, I will say that unless you count Luke missing, or Mark Hamill missing the kick on the guy above the Sarlacc pit and him falling anyway as a force push, that we may have seen it before. Anyway, the force dash where they have to
really move and then jump down too. It's like the zoom. Yeah.
Which we at least saw a jump in Return of the Jedi. Luke does.
Yeah, Luke does his
really
backflip. Yeah.
So at least we see that. But yeah, the force dash is something that we hadn't seen before.
I honestly thought it was a skip in the projection when I watched it, and it wasn't even projected; it was digital. But because I saw this again in theaters for the re-release recently, but I remember I saw them dash, and I don't ever remember that, and I was like, "Wait, what, did this film just skip?" And it's like, no, they just dashed. It was pretty funny. Yeah, that first 8 minutes is like up until you get that like Padme Skype call, like that whole first 8 minutes is really good. I think that's also why so many people were really excited when it first starts, because it opens, it's got the crawl, it's got everything, and then that first 8 minutes, all that new stuff is happening. You're seeing Jedi in action. Like if you think about the originals, they rarely wield those lightsabers until like the third act. Like it's really exciting to watch, all this action off the bat, that it almost gives you a false sense of security that this movie's going to be at this level.
Seeing two Jedi in their prime is something we hadn't seen before, because
and one we know very well too, Ben Kenobi.
Yeah, well, because of the Jedi we saw in those the original movies, two of them were very, very old and in hiding, and one of them didn't ever wield a lightsaber. The other one barely did for a very short amount of time before he died. And then you have Luke, who is learning, who is basically having to learn on the job. And then you have the two Sith. One is Sidious, who doesn't wield a lightsaber, and then Vader, who has basically all of his limbs have been replaced, and he's in this bulky suit.
Yes.
So you never get to see people in their prime, being Jedi, and it's very exciting. And the Duel of Fates scene is also very exciting. That fast paced. I love how fast paced that fight is. My criticism back then, and still is that in the original trilogy, lightsaber scenes were done mostly in darker rooms, so they looked vibrant and bright. And in this movie especially, and they fixed the next one, they're in the desert, they're in a bright room, it's always very bright, and
so the lights themselves don't pop. That's
exactly.
a good idea. I never even thought about that, the composition of it. And that's the thing, is like George Lucas, you could tell he at least does learn from that for the next one. Like it feels like, yes, he has a singular vision, but he is willing to evolve. Like he realizes maybe Jar Jar was a mistake. We'll write him out of the next two in terms of dialogue. Like, oh, maybe we can light those in darker rooms. Maybe we can have more action. Maybe we can make it more plot focused in terms of character rather than like trade. So I do think he eventually gets it going in the next two, and there's a reason those two don't get Razzie nominated. I don't think. I know the third one doesn't, but maybe the second one does. I have to fact check. Chad, any other thoughts on Force Awakens, Phantom Menace?
It's one of those where I don't think it deserves a Razzie just because it does have a lot going for it, but I totally understand. If someone hates it, I totally understand. If someone really likes it, I totally understand. If someone's on it, or they kind of are in both camps like me, I obviously understand. But yeah, there's a lot to like. There's a lot to not like. I could easily see someone like myself being bored at one moment, like really bored, and then very excited at another moment. So it's a very complex movie in that way, and I like it a lot, and I also dislike it a lot. So I don't know.
So I was way off. The second one does get nominated for a Razzie for Worst Picture, which sucks because it's awesome. But the third one does not. So it breaks the curse. And then I believe the I'm not even gonna look it up because I'm sure Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker did, or at least one of them did, because those were also poorly received. But Force Awakens didn't, and I know that's Chad's favorite, so I'm glad. Matt, any last thoughts on Phantom Menace? I mean, I have like pages of notes I could go on, but I think we need to move on to the next one. But I have so much to say.
We've talked about it satisfactorily. It's a movie that I enjoy. I understand criticisms. I enjoy it because it's Star Wars more than I enjoy it because it's a movie. Like it's
I think I could not enjoy the entire, like I couldn't watch through it. Like if I started at 2 and watched it, I wouldn't feel complete. And I think that makes it a good movie for me. Is that like
people
if
who
I were
do
to
it
rewatch it?
Okay, people who watch it in machete order cut off this movie. That's stupid. Yeah, it's not so bad that you could ever that you do that.
And even 9, which I've come to kind of get on the wavelength of others with more time, at least to see the criticisms, even if I don't agree with them. Like it just feels like one of those things where you have to have all 9 to complete the saga for me. Like I don't see the merit of knocking one off because that is the story, and this is the origin of it. Like this is the start of it. And I think there's something to be said about it. So. Phantom Menace, nominated for 7, wins 1 for Worst Supporting Actor for Ahmed Best, is nominated for Worst Picture, Worst Director for George Lucas, Worst Supporting Actor for Jake Lloyd, Worst Supporting Actress for Sofia Coppola, who, if you could tell me more than 2 or 3 lines of dialogue she says in this movie, I will give you...
She doesn't have 2 or 3 lines of dialogue.
That's my point. How is she a Worst Supporting Actress in this film? How is she the worst? Like, do you guys think her performance is that bad? I don't think it's great, but it's not bad.
I didn't know she was in.
I don't notice it most of the time.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Is like it's fine. It's fine performance.
Who does she play?
She plays one of Padme's handmaidens, I guess. Not her right hand woman, because that's Keira Knightley, but it's like the next one in command. But it's also one of those things where it's like this is solely for The Godfather 3. They're still not over it. That's the thing with the Razzies that pisses me off. It's like they're still not over The Godfather 3, so they need to nominate her for Worst Supporting Actress. When I think that honestly, I just base it on quantity over quality. I think Natalie Portman's even worse in the movie than Sofia Coppola is, just because she has more to do, hence more to get wrong. You're like, I think Sofia Coppola is fine, whatever. It's also nominated for Worst Screen Couple for Jake Lloyd and Natalie Portman, who aren't even a couple at this point, so I don't really understand. I mean, he kind of like hits on her at one point, but
he's just 9 and she's 14, but he's gonna marry her someday.
Right, so that's
as Weird Al told us.
So that's kind of where I guess they're going with Screen Couple, but I don't know. And even then, it's still kind of it's their kids, they're cute. And then Worst Screenplay for George Lucas. So there was quite a wild time in the galaxy far, far away. Let's come back to Earth here. What kinda? I don't even know. Let's go to the Wild West. And I know we're doing a long episode, but we have a lot of big movies to talk about. This is the big one that won Worst Picture. So Chad, tell us a little bit about Wild West.
Sure. Wild West, directed by Barry Sonnenfeld, music by Elmer Bernstein. Those are big names. Starring Will Smith, Kevin Kline, Kenneth Branagh, Selma Hayek, and Ted Levine. Story. It's the Civil War, but like there's machines now, so it's like a retelling of like American history, but from like a sci-fi perspective, and people have like machines now, steampunk, and a man, an evil man who is now pissed off because he lost his legs, wants to take over. Wait, does he want to kill the scientists or take them over? And wants to basically, and he wants to take over America and oust them. So he basically wants to do kind of what the South wanted to do in the Civil War. Well, they just wanted to leave, not take everything over. I don't know.
You can just say it's Django Unchained before Tarantino ripped it off, Chad. That's fine.
Kind of, yeah. It is. I got that vibe from Will Smith.
Yeah,
slapping the shit out of people.
But this is better than that film. You know, that film won our 2013 or 2012 picture this episode. But like, come on, like this one's the OG. All right, this is the one that I think if we are going to say is a frame wreck movie, I think this one probably most warrants it from my perspective, because you tried to get through that synopsis, it's ridiculous, but I find it entertaining, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, I really don't have a lot to say about it because it's just what it is. Like, I'm not overly critical because I think this film kind of knows what it is. but it also, like I said earlier, with Will Smith, there's so much star power. Will Smith is coming off of one of the biggest movie star runs ever, while also being in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air right before this. So it's like one of those things where he's just the movie star. So I think a lot of people were ready for another banger because Men in Black had just come, Independence Day, Bad Boys, and this one is the one that kind of halted the tracks for his path. Only for him to get an Oscar nomination a few years later for the Michael Mann Ali. So like, I mean, he was doing just fine. He would come back just fine. But I do think this is interesting for that reason. Also, kind of like with Phantom Menace, it's like all the hype and the anticipation of like, oh, new Star Wars, new Star Wars. This one, it's like new Will Smith, only for it to be like, all right, that wasn't great. But I still think this one, at least there's fun to be had in the badness. And that's kind of where my review kind of starts and ends. We'll obviously talk about it, but like, I do think that's kind of where I sit and where I fall with this one.
Yeah. A Wild Wild West I've seen a few times now, and like I think I like it a little more each time. Not a lot more, but a little more each time. And I'm able to find like a lot of enjoyment once I get over the fact that like, you know, it doesn't have like the best of stories. I'm kind of in the same camp where this is kind of like the Haunting for me, where I'm able to enjoy it to the bones of a really good movie, but I acknowledge that like the story doesn't always really, you know, come into full force, or like, you know, is it really like that well written, and you know the acting's not that great or anything like that. But I feel like it's a fun kind of adventure film, and I really like the idea of a Quentin Tarantino esque like retelling of American history with, you know, like a gimmick. Like, you know, I mean, it is an adaptation of a show that had the same gimmick, but with everybody has like super cool like technology now, and like one's like one of the guys is a really good inventor and stuff like that. I just think it's really interesting that way.
You bring that up. I just wanted to mention Robert Conrad, who played the lead in the TV series, went to the Razzies solely to accept all of this film's awards to dunk on how much he hated this film. So that's just an interesting tidbit. So
Awesome.
there was not much love there between the series and film in the way that like 21 Jump Street might have. You know, so very interesting there. But Matt, what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just going to talk about, as I did with all of these, because again,
your first experience with it.
The marketing and the experience of this movie coming out. So yeah, we were coming fresh off of some good Will Smith stuff. Barry Sonnenfeld had made Men in Black. He had also adapted an old TV show into a movie with Addams Family. Yeah. And so there was a lot of hype behind this. If I can tell you about, if you went to Burger King, and you didn't have to buy any food, you had to ask for the glasses and pay for them. You could get those glasses that he wears in that movie. I had some.
I wish you still had them.
I do too, but I don't.
That would have been a peak prop to bring on the show.
It would have. And those glasses are so stupid, and they're stupider in real life. Like, they look pretty cool on him, but that's his thing, is that everything looks good on Will Smith. But they're just so stupid. But yeah, it was huge. It was huge, like in a similar way to the Phantom Menace, with its marketing was huge. You know, we didn't talk about this Phantom Menace, but you went to talk about during when the Phantom Menace was about to come out, and you would get this little cardboard thing which had which you could poke out these character coins, which you could put in a thing, and the goal was to collect them all for whatever reason, just to collect them because this was a cultural event. Anyway, it was the same thing with this. Like, you went to Burger King, you could buy some, you get some glasses. There was other Wild Wild West stuff.
Is that what birthed the Rodeo Burger? Because the Rodeo Burger they got rid of since, but like the Rodeo Burgers was the best thing on that menu. I wonder if that was a tie-in.
I never had that.
It was like a burger with an onion ring and like some special barbecue sauce. It wasn't barbecue sauce, but it was like a tangy sauce like that. I don't know. It was great.
Okay, interesting.
It's great.
I don't know. The Burger King
there was Burger King in the next town from us, and we never really went there because it was on the opposite side of that town. So when we went for this, it was a special trip. We went there for the glasses. But yeah, it was there was a lot of hype behind it. Then I saw it, and you know what? I loved it. I had such a great time watching this movie back when I saw it the first time. I have as I've grown as with some of these movies and a lot of movies from our childhood, I've grown up and I've watched it again. I've gone, oh wow, this is not good. This is not a good movie.
Right.
It's not a terrible movie though. Like it's fun. Like it's not good. It's a lot of fun though.
Yeah, I think the thing is, like a lot of Framework movies and a lot of B movies, it's schlocky, but that doesn't necessarily equate to badness in a way. Like I don't necessarily think there's a ton of quality here, but am I ever bored? No. And I think that's the thing to be said about this is I couldn't even tell you coherently what the story is, but it's all action that I'm watching and I'm enjoying. And like there's weird moments, like I mean the first shot of Will Smith, it's his cock and balls right in the camera, but it's still like a very, everything about this film is memorable in a way, even if the story itself isn't,
It's there's a thing about it with like the inventions. The inventions keep it fresh throughout the movie. They make it keep it interesting, even if a lot of them don't make any sense.
Yeah, and it keeps it from being a generic Western either.
Yeah, it keeps it from being generic Western. This is the movie that Kevin Smith famously talked about when he was working on Superman Lives. They Joel Silver, who was the producer for Superman Lives, or would have been if that movie had been made, was like when he was writing it, when Kevin Smith was writing it, he was like, you got to have him fight a big spider at the end. And Kevin Smith was like, why? And he was like, because spider is the most fearsome creature in the insect kingdom, which there's so much wrong with that sentence. But and so Kevin Smith wrote it in. I've read the script for Superman Lives. There is because he also wanted a polar bear fight. There's both fights in that script. Wow. One at the beginning, one at the end. And then that movie never got made. And but the next movie that Joel Silver produced was Wild Wild West, which has a giant ass spider at the end.
Yeah. Wow. He just could not separate himself from that idea. That's great.
Yeah. But yeah, so I mean, this movie's just kind of cool. A lot of the inventions are silly, and I love steampunk and stuff like that. Like that concept, if you can work it into a movie pretty well, cyberpunk, all that type of stuff where you're taking technology and putting it in a time it doesn't belong. Mm-hmm. That's just the thing that I just really dig that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that it does work for me because it keeps me excited and interested in this. However, there is a lot of it that just does not work for me. And as like you said, who cares what the movie's about? You don't really like, you can understand it if you pay attention, but it's like, who cares? Like it doesn't seem, the movie doesn't seem to care what it's about. And I don't care what it's about. Like that's kind of the whole thing. The opening credits of this were incredible. They felt like a Western TV show, and I loved that. Mm-hmm. And my con for this, I'm going to just give you because that's my pro. I only have one pro and one con on this, and then I've got some other things written down, but we'll go over those later. My con for this is that it's ableist as fuck.
Yes.
The fact that like so much of the jokes around Loveless are about the limbs he's missing, and it's also a little bit sexist and just like there's a lot of ists happening in this movie, and that's really a big downfall for this. That there are certain points where it's harder to enjoy the movie because of those things happening.
No, I definitely agree with that. I think like that, if you are to pinpoint it's like a really like issue with the movie, I would say it's all that stuff. And just kind of like the way they joke and stuff like that. Like Will Smith does a lot of the he like at one point he does like the slave voice as a big humorous moment and stuff. And I get it. That's just how people used to joke a lot back then. That they were less reserved than we are today, but we're reserved because we don't want to exclude people from conversations and stuff like that. We don't want to see people represented in a very negative light in movies and stuff, and just like feel bad because they're watching a movie, and then they're like, oh, wait, that's insulting me. That's not that doesn't make me feel good at all.
Right.
So I totally get that. That being said, there are some like kind of weirdly problematic jokes that I actually do find funny. Like in the very beginning when Kevin Kline's dressed as a woman and he's like a lady of the night kind of a deal in the brothel. And the one guy's like, hey, you want to go upstairs, something like that. And he's like, I'm not really interested. And he's like, you got to be interested. You're a whore. And I don't know why. I thought that line was really funny.
Well, what's funny is that you say this whole thing. I wrote down a worst line of dialogue because I forgot that was not one of our superlatives on this show. But I wrote down the worst line of dialogue, and it's the very next line after what you just said, which is I may be a whore, but I work alone. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
Nope. That doesn't make sense at all.
But then that's really funny that we honed in on that little exchange. Then there's just other like really fun. I don't know. It's weird because like I think at first when I first watched this movie, I wasn't sure if Smith and Kline had a lot of chemistry together. But as I've watched it a lot, I've grown to actually like their little chemistry. Like I like the whole thing where Kevin Kline's acting like it's normal that he's just projecting something from a severed head, and then Will Smith's like just like pausing for a lot, and he's just like, "That's a head." Like this is weird. Like what the hell are you doing right now? That's a man's head. And I don't know. I like stuff like that. I think is really funny. I really like and I think it's maybe from my kid nostalgia brain, just seeing images from this movie and just being like, that's kind of a cool image. And just seeing with them with like the saucer, like magnets on their necks and just seeing like what comes with that. I think the magnet and the saw coming at them is really scary. And I like that whole thing. And the jokes with that are really funny where he's like, I told you not to jump over the line. And, then them having to jump into the muck and him sneezing in his face and, just all that, like you run that way, I run this way. And then they have to, I don't know. A lot of that stuff is just, I think, really fun. And so that's why I'm like, the stories might not be great, but I think there's a lot of fun to be had with the movie.
That scene, I'm actually on the opposite on that because that whole thing with the magnets and stuff felt so unnecessary, and it felt like it bogged down to the pacing of this movie so much. I can see some of the jokes are good, and seeing them with the things on their necks, but it just felt like this movie, we have a certain length this movie has to be, and we have progressed them too far. We have to stop them.
I think it's also maybe kind of like a callback because like the very beginning of the movie starts with that kill.
Yeah.
And then it's kind of cool that it comes back. But I see your point too.
You were talking about their chemistry, and I think they do have good chemistry. I think that's one of the things this movie has going for it, at least a little, like at least toward the end. It doesn't always, their chemistry isn't always present. I can tell you who does have good chemistry, who Kevin Kline does have good chemistry with, and that is 1 year later when he has chemistry with someone else that's in this movie, which is Kenneth Branagh in the movie The Road to El Dorado. That's also a movie I don't really like. I don't think it's a great movie, but their chemistry in that movie is so good. Right. Yeah, there are things about this movie that I really like, and it's a lot of fun. But I kind of feel like this is the one that it's like, okay, this one makes sense that the Razzies nominated it.
Right, because it's like Phantom Menace, you may have things that you don't like about it, but you either like it or you don't like it. But you don't like it because of the stuff you don't like about it. Whereas here, I think you could enjoy it for the stuff that is schlocky and silly and doesn't make sense and is kind of stupid and kind of bad. Like you find enjoyment of it in a way that I don't think any of the other four films, like if you don't like Blair Witch, you probably just don't like Blair Witch. If you don't like The Haunting, you probably just don't like The Haunting. Like you're not going to enjoy those films because they're bad. You're going to enjoy them because you think they're good. Whereas here, I think is the only one where I really genuinely do think I could say I could enjoy this someday. I still don't love it, but like I could like it because I think it's bad. If that makes sense. I don't know.
Yeah, no. On
Chad.
this show, it makes complete sense.
Yeah,
like I said, it's just kind of like raised a little. Like I appreciate, I think, little moments more than the movie as a whole. I do think it's too long. Like I wish it were a little sharper. So I guess I do agree with Matt on like that. But there are like one moment I definitely wanted to bring up is this moment that I think you don't really see a lot is Selma Hayek when she's in when she's in that's the right actress, right? So Selma Hayek when she's on the train and he gives her the clothes to wear and it turns out like part of the butt is missing. I actually like that moment because like it's supposed to be a little bit of kind of a sexy thing, but also it's a comedic thing. And I'm like, normally with like women's bodies in film, like they're not the butt of the joke a lot of the times. Whereas men, when they're naked, I didn't even plan that.
Talking about butts, and you said butts. I gotta call you out.
When they're naked, it's oftentimes a joke, and they're not like.
Yeah.
So it's not supposed to be sexy. It's supposed to be a joke.
Like in the very beginning of the film. Yeah.
Exactly. And here, it's kind of like, yeah, it's sexy because they're like, ooh, kind of like that. But and it's also like she doesn't know that, she's showing part of herself to them right now. And that's kind of a funny thing, and it looks kind of weird. And so I like that part because I'm like, you don't normally see that in movies. So for me, that's a little bit of progressive.
I think that scene kind of works because her naivete at that moment makes her seem innocent, which makes it less sexy. Which I think does make it work a little bit better. There was some stuff. Selma Hayek was a roller coaster in this movie for me. There were times when I was like, God, what is she even doing right now? But there were some times, like when Loveless catches her again, and she is telling him that, like, oh, I knew that they were headed this way, and this is where you were, and I was trying to get back to you. She's so believable that I wondered if that was true or not.
Right.
I've seen this movie a lot of times, but I was just like, was that true?
Yeah.
I don't know. But there are times like I don't know. She was nominated for this and Dogma, which I think she's great in Dogma. But I guess they nominate for their full slate for the year, I suppose. But in this one, she was up and down for me. So I definitely get that nomination a little bit too.
Yeah, I was just laughing because there are some exchanges in this movie that I think are really great. And normally I don't like the whole thing where they see like a naked woman or something, and then they start to say like boobs in every like sentence that they say. But the one that they have back and forth, I think is really funny because it ends
with a breath of fresh ass.
Yep, and then it ends with Will Smith like, "Come on, stop doing that. Let's get some shut ass." And that's just, I don't know. I just think that exchange was really.
She's a breath of fresh ass. Fresh ass. I think Kevin Kline is a very funny actor, and I think he delivers that kind of dialogue so well. It's the Gilbert and Sullivan, Private Penzance, like that whole like witty repartee thing. He does it so well, and I think that that shows in that scene.
Yeah. Last thing we have to talk about, Matt, and you sent us a video, the music video, the song. What do you think?
Every Will Smith movie should have a Big Willie style song in it. It sucks that they don't do it anymore.
It's a very 90s thing, yeah.
It's this one. The song and the video are not as well. No, that's not true. The song is not as good as the Men in Black song. The video is better because the Men in Black video is ass. So the video on this one is better, but it is still very funny and just takes itself way too seriously, way more seriously than the movie takes itself.
Yes. I wanted to bring that up because I'm about to list what it wins at the Razzies, and it does win Worst Song for Wild Wild West. And Kevin Kline nominated for both Worst Actor and Worst Supporting Actress because they love to do that. Where if you're playing a female role, you are nominated in that category. We've seen it with Adam Sandler's been nominated for quite a few Worst Actress awards, or one big one, Jack and Jill. But Yeah, Wild Wild West wins 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of its 9. So it is the big loser of the night. Worst picture, worst director for Barry Sonnenfeld, worst screen couple. They disagreed with us. Will Smith and Kevin Kline, worst screen couple. Worst screenplay, and then worst song, Wild Wild West, and of course Kevin Kline double nominee. Kenneth Branagh gets nominated for supporting actor, worst supporting actor, and Selma Hayek for worst supporting actress. So everyone but Will Smith gets nominated. Well, I guess Will Smith gets nominated for screen couple, but for performances, single performances, Will Smith is innocent for that. But we finally made it to the point where we now have to give out the superlatives, rank it all, give it some scores. What do you want to do in order, Matt? Do you want to rank them?
Do you guys
first?
on picture this? Do you guys superlatives first or rankings first?
We start with the ranking first. So do we
let's
want to do that?
Let's do the ranking.
So we're gonna rank it just straight up in how we would rank it, except we're gonna go in reverse order. So number 5 is the best film. So we think is the best film, and then number 1 being the worst film. And not by FRAMEWRECK standards. It's like if you think it's the best film because it's the best film, you can put it at 5. Like it's not because you think it's the worst film and stuff like that. So
yeah, we're trying to determine the worst film like they did, like you guys try to determine the best film like the Oscars did.
Yes. And I'm not sure where we're going to land with this one because I do think, despite us all kind of being in agreement of certain films in general, I think there are some films that we're a little split on that we might disagree with. So
you're definitely not going to agree with my best film. I can tell you that.
Yeah, probably not. Because Chad, your best film at number 5 is
Big Daddy.
All right, and Matt's, yours is
The Blair Witch Project.
All right. I'm going to abbreviate these because these are long titles. And my best is Phantom Menace. So there we go. We all have a different favorite film of this slate. Chad, what is your number 4 or your second best?
The Blair Witch Project.
Matt?
Big Daddy.
All right. And mine is also Big Daddy. So Big Daddy is just by math our best movie. But let's move on to our number 3s. Chad?
This one I'm struggling with these 3. But I think I've been sold. Oh, fuck, no. I'm going to stick with my guns. I'm going to say The Haunting.
Okay, Haunting. Matt, what is your number 3?
The Haunting.
My number 3 is actually, you've kind of sold me both. It was always going to be my number 3, but I'm much more confident in it now. It was just Blair Witch Project. So that is my number 3. Not right in the middle. Right in the middle. All right, Chad, what is your number 2? Second worst.
The Phantom Menace.
All right. Chad, Matt, what is your second?
The Phantom Menace.
Wow. Okay. And my number 2 is Wild Wild West, which means, Chad, your worst film of this slate is
Wild Wild West.
Matt, yours is
Wild Wild West.
And mine is The Haunting.
God, Dylan, come on.
I like Wild Wild West more than I like The Haunting. That's all I'm going to say. The Haunting was my least favorite of these 5, but I agree. I don't think any of these 5 are necessarily Razzie worthy, but our worst film, if we're giving it a title amongst all of us, is Wild Wild West. It's my number 2, your number 1s. I saved Phantom Menace there, that's for sure. But very fun ranking. Now we can get to some superlatives. Do we want to give our ratings first, Matt, before we get into superlatives?
Yeah, let's give our ratings. I'll start here with my number with my number 1, which is Wild Wild West. I gave it 3 wiki wow wests out of 5.
Yeah, I gave it also 3, but I gave it 3 Burger King goggles out of 5. Chad, what did you give Wild Wild West?
Honestly, I think you guys are right on the money. I'm fine with 3 shut asses.
Alrighty. Next, we'll go to my number 1, which is The Haunting, which I gave 1 decapitation out of 5. 1 decapitation out of 5. Matt, what did you give The Haunting?
I gave it. Wait, you gave The Haunting 1?
Yeah, because
FRAMEWRECK scores.
Yes, so I don't think it's so bad it's good. I just think it's bad.
Gotcha. I'm with you. You just think it's bad. I remember now. Yeah, that's bad. I'm not far off though. I gave it 1.5 cherubs creeping the bejesus out of me out of 5.
Cool. Chad?
I'm trying to think of a fun thing because I didn't actually do this before.
This time he wasn't prepared.
This time he was the one who's making them off the cuff, and we are
exactly. I think I'm more on the. So I don't think it's great, but I don't think it's bad. So I'd probably over like 2 because it's like not like so bad it's good or anything like that. So I'd say like 2, just to say it's not great, but I think it's good. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
It does.
What was the name of the guy? The colonel. What is his name? The mansion guy who owned the mansion.
Oh,
Montague, or no, it's not Montague.
no.
It's something else.
No, it's freaking.
Getting it in 5, 4. I got it. It is Marrow, Dr. Marrow.
No, not him. He's not talking about him. He's talking about
Luke Sanderson.
Crane. He's
Crane.
Hugh Crane. Hugh Crane. Yes.
So mine is 2 big ass crane statues attacking you at the end.
There you go.
There you go. That's good.
All right, let's move on to the one we all collectively thought was the best between the 3 of us, which is Big Daddy. Chad, what's your Big Daddy score?
Well, I think it's fucking great. So let's see. 1 goddamn Jets.
Cool. Matt?
I gave it 1 sausage McMuffin out of 5.
Yeah, I gave it 1 p.m. out of the time of days that all day breakfast ends.
Another one. 1 kangaroo song.
There we go. 1 Frankenstein out of 5. All right.
1
next,
fluke, woman.
let's go to episode. Let's go to episode 1. Let's go to episode 1. Let's go to Phantom Menace, which I'm gonna give. I'm gonna give 1.5. Chance cubes out of 5. That's my Watto impression, because Jewish is Watto. I didn't want to be too offensive, but I wanted to give a little gruff. So
He just wanted to be a little offensive. I just
I'm a little offensive just by showing my face. So
oh no, not at
towards
all.
beauty. All right, man. What's your score?
I gave it 2 Roger Rogers out of 5.
Okay, Chad.
Nice. I think I'm this one's all over the place, so I think I'm gonna give it 3. And it's 3. I'm a person and my name's Anakin's.
Nice. And lastly, we have the Blair Witch Project, which I am gonna give I'll say that's my score, because it cuts off.
Oh, no.
1 out of 5.
I gave it 1 guy standing in the corner out of 5.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 1 because I think it's great. 1 teeth, blood, and hair wrapped in guy's shirt.
There we go. I love it. And that just goes to show none of us went beyond a 3 for any of these, which really means none of us really think any of these are FRAMEWRECK movies, and the ones we think are closest are like Wild Wild West and Phantom Menace. But even then, like, it just goes to show most of these movies are either just good or just bad, or just nowhere near the so bad it's good level. So even a film I don't love, like Blair Witch, I'm only giving it a 1 because like it's not so bad it's good. It's not even close to that. Whether I think it's bad or good or just mediocre, it's not closest so bad it's good. So all right, let's get into our superlatives. Matt, who's starting? What are we starting with?
We're starting with Chad for Best Actor.
Ooh, Best Actor. Cool.
Best Actor. I thought about it for a second, and then it came to me, and I was like, this is the easiest thing. And it's funny because I think that they were voted like the worst actor at one point. I voted Heather Donahue as Best Actor. Just because like I think the acting in the Blair Witch like makes that movie so much better than it could have been if the acting had been bad. Then I could see it being a Razzie movie if the acting hadn't been so strong. And I just think like the whole entire movie like weighs on her, and I think she just seems so realistic, naturalistic, and it's like when she needs to be scared, she's so scared. Not even when she's doing the whole beanie thing, but like when she's like sitting there like freaking out, like what are we gonna do? How you get rid of the map, and like her pure anger at certain things, and I don't know, it's just so freaking good. And the fact that she was a no name too, that like is still kind of a no name unless you really like the Blair Witch Project, that made it seem so realistic because no one knew who she was, so she could have been a dead person.
Yeah,
right. I already made my case. I made my case earlier for her as Best Actor. So
who's your Best Actor, Matt?
Well, you're next. We have an order here. No, I am next.
You're next. I have the order too, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, you have the other two. For me, it's Liam Neeson in dual roles, both roles.
Oh, you're pulling a Razzie. You're doing both.
Yeah, I mean, he
Yeah,
was
he's
he
great.
was good in both. There's a reason he still plays Qui-Gon Jinn to this day in the animated stuff and in
Oh, I
the
thought you were going to
voiceover.
say in all his action movies, because he is a
Oh,
similar role, and he's like a little
yeah.
protective, fatherly, but also kicks ass. I thought you were making a joke, but
No,
but
he does still play the
he does
character
do that well.
in animated and in live action still. I and there's he plays different roles in this, which I think is in these two movies, which is great. He plays the very stoic, matter of fact samurai type character in Star Wars, and then the hopeful, bright eyed, kind of excited character that has to deal with this nonsense that's happening in the haunting. I think in both roles he's really good, and I enjoy him in both movies. So that's my pick.
Matt, I'm about to murder your pick right now because I went with Ray Park for Star Wars: The Phantom Menace because I think that performance. Of all the things in Phantom Menace that I think everyone agrees on, it's that Duel of the Fates fight is so good. And I think a lot of it is because of his menace, because you were genuinely scared of him. And I think it's his face. And also think he does his own stunts because he's like a martial artist. He's very, athletic and can do all those crazy jumps and flips and stuff to where it sells the role really well. Like, I think if there's one breakout character of that movie that isn't a character we already know, like Obi-Wan or like even Anakin or C-3PO, R2, I think it is Darth Maul because of the physicality of the performance. And he doesn't even give the voice performance. I'm only talking about the physical performance, but I think it's one of those roles that is really good. It shows us a different side to the Sith because at that point we had only seen David Prowse's work as Darth Vader, and it's very stoic, or Ian McDiarmid as like the man in chair. We've never really seen a villain that has done a lot of acrobatic fighting in the way that, or any character that has done acrobatic stuff like this. Even Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan are a little bit more stoic. He's doing flips, he's doing jumps, he's got that duo lightsaber. I think he's great, and I think he is the highlight of that film and of this slate for me. So there we go.
Before we move on real quick, Dylan, I want to give you the opportunity just to make sure you have knowledge about Ray Park.
Oh no.
Who has been canceled.
No! Oh, it's
yeah.
fine. He's a villain. He's playing a villain. I think he's a very good
Okay.
acrobat. Don't want to praise the guy, but we'll talk out fair because we are already going over. But I don't want to. You know what? Will Smith is also up for grabs on this too, and he's bad. So
yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure before
I didn't know that, but now I know that.
So.
No, I'm still going to stick with it because he is, I think, the best performance of this slate. But I guess I'll give an honorable mention to Natalie Portman just because I love her. But I don't even think this is the strongest work of hers in the Star Wars prequel. So Ray Park was my choice from the get-go because I knew none of you were going to pick him. So great actor in this particular performance, and that's where we'll end that. We'll end the praise is what I should say. But.
Gotcha. I don't even remember what he was canceled for, so maybe look into it. But yeah,
definitely not being a bad DVD cover model because this is such a dope cover. Just
that is dope. Okay, so that moves us on to worst actor, which Dylan, you are starting in that.
Oh, good. I know you guys don't agree because you guys both like this performance, but I'm going Owen Wilson in The Haunting. I think his performance for me is just it's similar to how I think people respond to Jar Jar, where it's just none of the comedy lands for me. But again, that's not necessarily his fault. It's more so the role and how it's written. I think for comedic relief, I don't find him that funny, and I think that's partially his fault. But also, I don't know if I've said it much on here, but definitely on Marvelous Movie Mondays when we were talking about Loki, I never really liked Owen Wilson. I was never a fan of his. I found him very samey in all the roles. Everything's just, the same thing. Wow. Like there's a reason it's been memed to death.
Wow.
The wow. Movie. Yeah. We do we get a wow in this movie? I forget.
Yeah. We get one in this movie.
Yeah, we definitely do. But it's one of those things where I feel like he almost became a meme. And then I think now later on in his career, he's actually finding meatier, juicier roles that I'm really liking him in, like more Mobius in Loki. So like I'm coming around to him. But even when we talked about Midnight in Paris, Chad and I, like I'm just not a big Owen Wilson fan. And I think this is very clearly not very established Owen Wilson yet. So it's not a very glaring, like, oh my God, he's such a terrible performance. Because I honestly think all these films have pretty good performances. I think a lot of the writing is lackluster, but his is the one that I'm thinking of all the movies hurts his movie the most, when in my opinion. So I'm going Owen Wilson. I know it's an unpopular opinion, but especially amongst us three. But Chad,
I like it.
Yeah, I totally enjoyed watching him in the movie, but I get it. Carrie also said, yeah, the movie was good until Owen Wilson popped up. So she agrees with you, but
wow, Carrie and I are best friends.
wow, but I like it. But yeah, my worst. I'm gonna put an asterisk to this because you guys actually really defended it well, but I am choosing Ahmed Best, just because you guys totally made like a good case for
it not being his fault, but he's still
doing
bad.
his job.
Yeah.
But then it's like for me, I think the character's just so grating that like I'm just like I don't know, man. I mean, I want to come around. I'm like Dylan on like Blair Witch, or I want to come around on Jar Jar and stuff, but you know, I'm not alone. There's a lot of people who hate Jar Jar.
Also, I didn't mention this when we were talking about it though, but this is from the Blank Check podcast, which brought it up, which is a really because I listened to all their they did like 10 episodes on Phantom Menace. But I really think when you read that dialogue, how do you see a line of dialogue like we Sagoa down to the river, like all the inflections and not put a voice on it, which I get it was a little too over the top of a voice, but I feel like any actor would probably give some sort of inflection to it. It's just I don't know if it was the right one, but I don't know.
Yeah,
You just reminded me of if you could find it, go out and find on Kristen Harloff's channel. He did he used to show The Big Thing, and he had Jesus, I forgot his name, a voiceover actor who does a lot of impressions on there, who does a really good Morgan Freeman voice, and he did some Jar Jar lines as Morgan Freeman. And when you hear Jar Jar's lines coming out of Morgan Freeman, you realize how very racist the lines seem.
I agree. I think I don't begrudge your pick though, Chad. I think that is probably most people's pick. So
yeah, I mean that's why I have the asterisk next to it because I recognize that it's complicated.
Yeah. All right, Matt, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna pick a kid?
Well, I thought you would.
No, I like his performance. It's his parents'
I do
performance.
too. I do
It's
too. I like
disappointing
Jake
that you didn't do that. No, I'm not picking Jake Lloyd.
Good. He deserves
I do
no more
have
hate
on the list just in case like other things I wanted were taken.
Right.
But I don't want to give it to him. So I'm giving it to a very, very good actor named Kenneth Branagh, who just ruins this role. Like his accent's bad. It's weird. Like there are parts of it that I enjoy, I suppose, like his over the top thing, but it's just it's not his best. So Kenneth Branagh gets worst actor for me. On this.
Cool. Matt, you get to kick us off for your Trainwreck moment.
Mine is, and I just had to kind of rewatch it a little bit because I forgot why I didn't like this one so much. But it's from Wild Wild West. It's the lynching scene where he gets up there and he has to he has to defend why he touched the woman's breasts, and then ingratiates himself to these racists who are trying to and you there's just so much weird and bad in that. Like it made me uncomfortable watching that scene. And I just really wanted them to move on. And that's the only time I really felt that uncomfortable during any of these movies. So in that way, so that's why this move that one won Trainwreck moment for me.
Yeah, I really struggled to find one because honestly, I feel like it's more the collective film doesn't work more so than any individual moment for the ones I don't like. So I just thought of a moment that just like I didn't like in general and made me uncomfortable, which is odd because it's a film we all love. But the proposal in Big Daddy when Adam Sandler keeps ruining it, it's like one of those things where I know the scene works for the character and it's supposed to aid the character's development and the story's development, but there's something about it where it's just like one of those awkward situations that in real life I would get so stressed out if that happened. It's like watching, if I were to see that actually happen in real life where someone's about to propose and he's like, oh, you're about to propose? And it's like that gives me so much anxiety that I put that because it was the scene I reacted most viscerally negatively toward. Even though I don't think it's a bad scene, I think it's one that got me stirring in my seat. So.
I get that. I think it's really funny though because I like you're not proposing, are you? Yeah, I am. Well, think about it.
Dylan, I understand, and I definitely get it. And what makes it worse for me personally is that Jon Stewart doesn't just gives up and just
Yeah.
so do you wanna
I'll
it's
admit,
okay.
we didn't talk about him a lot, but Jon Stewart was on my short list for worst actor. I think he's the weak link
Really?
of that Big Daddy cast. Of the Big Daddy cast, I think the Big Daddy cast has a lot of great performances, but his is not one that I love. Maybe for that moment alone. Again, this moment just made me so uncomfortable. But it's supposed to, so it's not like it's one of those things that I have an asterisk next to it because I really don't think there's one moment in all these films that is like I think there's bad lines in Phantom Menace that I'm like, oh that moment is bad because it's racist but it's not a scene. It's not a
All right. That whole sequence bugs me a little bit because you do have to kind of stretch your disbelief a little bit. Like it strains credulity that that they would waste the one on him and then just be mad at him for coming home like that. I've always hated that. Like I get that it's a comedy and they're going to the thing, but like he just came home and they didn't tell him. So how is that his fault?
Yeah, that whole scene. Yeah, and it's good because it happened so early that the rest of the film can then grow from there.
I think it's also because Corinne just really doesn't like him, so she's like, of course you would come home now.
Yeah.
So,
all right, Chad, what's your train wreck moment?
Mine, of course, is going to be related to Jar Jar in some way. Okay. So honestly, when I think about Phantom Menace, and I understand they wanted to appeal to adults who like Star Wars from the 70s, and they wanted to appeal to young kids now who are the children of the people from the 70s and all that stuff. So they want to make it a little bit childish as well. But it's certain things with Jar Jar, it's not even the thing where he puts his face in the thing. I can see that being a little funny.
Great.
But it's I think right when they're about to do the pod race, there's an animal that farts in his fucking face. And then he goes, pee you. And I'm like, this is fucking.
You stink.
This is the worst thing that I've ever seen. I don't know. I don't like bits like that, especially I think a lot of the times in kids stuff, because I'm I think kids are smarter than this, where they're it doesn't have to be just a thing farting. And that's
I actually completely agree with you. I think that moment talks down to its audience so much. I completely agree.
I'm just sitting there I love it. No, I'm kidding. No, I honestly don't really remember that moment too well. So I mean, I guess that means
I don't know why it just
negatively.
But I see it and I roll my eyes of oh.
If Jar Jar had farted in David Hasselhoff's face on pause, would you?
I don't like that moment either. I don't like that either.
You smell it. Anyway,
I actually just remembered another thing from Big Daddy that I didn't talk about that I needed to talk about just real quick.
Yeah.
And that is that they see so the scene at the end when the judge says that Julian has to go back with Jon Stewart and they're all sad and Julian comes over and he's like, I'm so sorry you can't be with me. You have to go with your dad now. Would be a much sadder scene if they weren't roommates. They seem to forget from that moment that those two characters are roommates and that he's going to the same house. Of course, it's literally the next scene. They're like, all right, buddy, I'll see you. They act like they don't live together. And I'm
it's like the car I drove in high school. I was so precious about it. And then when I moved to the city, my sister, who got a job in town after she came home from the city, now uses my car and she's decked it out all girly inside. And in my soul, it hurts because I'm like, oh, that's Roger, that's my boy. But then I'm like, it's still in my driveway. It's still my car. I can still drive it whenever I want. So it's kind of that exact thing. It's it's still in the same driveway, even though it's the same car. Just someone else is driving it more than I am. I don't know. No, I think that scene would have been a lot better if Newt Gunray had come in and asked the judge, is it illegal because that would have made the scene perfect. That is our episode for the films of 1999 FRAMEWRECK. There we go, 1999. Chad, thank you so much for guesting on FRAMEWRECK. Matt, we are going to have you on Picture This in just a little bit, in about a week from when you're seeing this. Yeah, it'll be a few weeks from when we record it, but those films that we'll be covering on that show are the year of 1957. So let me just pull up what those films are real quick. It is 12 Angry Men, The Bridge on the River Kwai, Peyton Place, Sayonara, and Witness for the Prosecution. Those are the 5 films we'll be covering on Picture This. But Chad, I'll give you the floor because you are technically the guest here. Any last thoughts?
This was great. Thank you guys for having me. And I enjoyed watching these movies and covering them. A lot of long conversations, but that's why they're so interesting of films and should not have been anywhere near the Razzies, in my opinion. But yeah, I'll throw out some plugs real quick. Check out Chadwick Webb, my channel where I rank.
You're going to throw butt plugs. I'm sorry.
Check out Picture This, as Dylan talked about, the rest of the great stuff on this channel. And also check out Welcome to Primetime, which is on its new separate channel now with myself, my buddy Hunter, and my wife Carrie. And we talk horror. We talk Buffy the Vampire Slayer a lot of the times, where we're doing a Buffy draft day soon. I'm so excited. And check out other FRAMEWRECK episodes and Picture This episodes and support the channel, all that.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
They talk horror, but they don't do it alone. Sorry. Get it? No? Yeah, now it hits. Matt finally got it because the horror line. Yeah, anyway. Yeah,
right.
There we go. Okay. No, sorry. It's late. Matt, anything to plug for you? I know we have to tease another episode, but honestly, we've done 3 episodes this month. I think we're still figuring out what we're doing next month, so maybe we just wait. We are giving you commentaries starting next month. We're going to be giving you those commentaries for the Mount Trashmore. Those are coming. Those are going to be done by the end of the summer. That's our summer project, is to get those out. But we will have other episodes as well.
This is what I was going to say, is that if you want to know what we're covering next month on FRAMEWRECK, watch Picture This, which I will
we'll know by then. Yes.
And it's definitely not because I don't know what we're going to cover.
Well, and because Picture This and FRAMEWRECK are both going to have a similar theme, maybe a retrospective, wink, 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 that we will be covering on the whole channel at large for June and July. But Matt, anything else to plug for you, sir?
No, you can find me here on the Dyl Pickle Movie Network. You can find me on the internet at MattmanXIII. And that's pretty much it.
The Iceman cometh.